Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Going on. Yeah.
Can you all hear us here on campus?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Okay. We're resolving some issues with the public facing live stream link. So we should be up and running in a few minutes, hopefully. Well, good morning. We've been given the thumbs up here on campus. Can everyone online hear?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Great. All right. We will call to order this meeting of the Radford University Board of Visitors. The following Board of Visitors members have appeared virtually due to a weather emergency pursuant to Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3707E. David Smith, Betsy Beamer, Jennifer Wishon Gilbert, Jeannie Armentrout, Betty Jo Foster, Joanne Craig, who is actually here with us in the room. So we'll strike that. Callie Dalton, William Davis, Marianne Holbrook, Jonathan Sweet, and James Turk. It's a snow day here at Radford. The president just informed me that the university has closed operations for today for students. So would really like to express my personal gratitude also on behalf of the board to the president's office, the grounds crew, facilities, everyone who has worked diligently, IT in particular, everyone who's worked to be adaptable today and to facilitate this board meeting so that we can continue our business here. As we get started, I want to acknowledge we had two incredible evenings the last two nights of fellowship and fun with both the men's and women's basketball games. Also want to acknowledge the incredible student research presentations that we saw over in the Artist Center yesterday. And both events really, or all three events really showcase the best that Radford students have to offer. I'm getting some text that we're getting some bad echoes on the Zoom. Is that true? Can I get a thumbs up if that's true? Okay. We'll take a minute and pause and see if IT can resolve those.
For the people that are listening in, several of you have your microphones still on. So it looks like Betsy, Jack, some of you have my microphones still on. So if everybody could just turn their microphones off, that might help solve this issue. Thank you. All right, I saw a couple go off. Is the echoing going away?
No.
No, and President Brett, it wasn't echoing at the very beginning. It started about a minute into Tyler talking.
Microphone test. Check 1, 2.
We apologize, folks. I believe the echo is gone now. Is that correct?
They're giving you a thumbs up.
Okay, I see thumbs up. That's good.
Wonderful. All right,
right.
thank you.
I will just start at the top to ensure that everything comes through smoothly for those had a bad echo or bad feedback. The following Board of Visitors members have appeared virtually due to a weather emergency pursuant to Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3707E. David Smith, Betsy Beamer, Jennifer Wishon Gilbert, Jeannie Armentrout, Betty Jo Foster, Callie Dalton, William Davis, Marianne Holbrook, Jonathan Sweet, and James Turk. And congratulations to all the students who had a snow day today. So again, want to express our sincere gratitude to everyone here on campus who has worked diligently to adapt so that we can have our board meeting today and conduct our business as usual under the circumstances. So sincere appreciation and gratitude to all the folks at the university here for their work today. We had two great evenings the past couple of nights with both men and women's basketball. The women had a huge win last night against Navy in double overtime, which was very exciting to be there in person. We were fortunate to have that opportunity and express our support of both of those teams for all of their hard work the past couple of nights. Also, the student research presentations that we saw over in the Artist Center yesterday were really inspiring, and all this really just helps to reinforce the very best of Radford that we have in the classroom and on the courts in our competitive realms. At this point, I'll take a motion that we approve the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion is adopted. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Correct. We'll do it in discussion.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion, which I understand we have a potential amendment?
I was just going to note, Rector Lester, that there are two individuals who are identified as being present at the meeting, who I recall, and I believe they were not present, and in the minutes of their committees, it's consistent that they were not present. So I thought we ought to have the minutes here align with the minutes of the committees.
I think Ryan has those noted. So at this point, we'll entertain a vote to adopt the amendments as approved or as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are adopted. Now we're very fortunate to have a student presentation. The students are why we're here. The tradition we have started by hearing from a student reminds us of how amazing and unique each of our students are as individuals. This morning, we will hear from an elementary education major who will share her Radford story. And at this point, I'll recognize Dr. Susan Trackesser to introduce Kate and bring her forward to the board. Susan?
Thank you so much, Tyler. This morning, I'm excited to introduce to you Kate Hudson. Kate is an amazing young woman that I've had the opportunity to get to know.
Susan, we can't hear you. Are you unmuted?
I am.
We can hear her just fine on
Okay, so
Zoom.
you all on Zoom can hear Susan, right? Okay. We're unable to hear her here in Kyle Hall.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. IT is working on that, Susan. We'll take a quick pause.
Just in the moment in between, since it's a snow day, I learned from the rector that there's snowmen, there's other things happening on the quads. Kate could be there throwing snowballs at fellow students, and she's here with us. So thank you very much, Kate, for spending your snow day with us.
Susan, can you say something again?
Absolutely. Can you hear me now?
Tyler, can you hear me?
No, we could not hear you, Betsy. We could read your lips, though.
Yeah. I was wondering how he answered that.
Hey, Susan, just as a quick thought, if you've got your introduction written down, if you want to just email it to me, and then I can introduce Kate if needed.
Can someone on Zoom speak?
Test.
Oh,
Susan.
Susan,
We're good.
Susan, can you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Perfect. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you all. This morning, I'm excited to introduce you to Kate Hudson. Kate's an amazing young woman that I've had the opportunity to get to know and watch grow since she first came to Radford University. Kate is an example of how, given the support and shown the opportunities and pathways available to our students, they can and will thrive. I'm incredibly proud of Kate and all of her accomplishments, and I know you will be too. Kate?
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Kate Hudson, and I'm a junior studying elementary education. My path to Radford University was somewhat untraditional and definitely not what I expected when I first started planning for college. I was initially enrolled at another institution, but as my freshman year quickly approached, something in my heart just told me that it wasn't the right fit. I remember feeling very unsure and honestly a little scared. But when I started researching my options, Radford quickly stood out to me. The elementary education program was exactly what I wanted, and the more I learned, the more it felt like the place I was meant to be. So just 1 month before classes in fall 2023, I made the switch. I started that year feeling anxious and uncertain, only knowing a few people outside my fellow graduates from Blacksburg High School. But the warmth I felt from my professors helped calm every worry I had. Many of them went out of their way to welcome me, to encourage me, and to reassure me, which confirmed that I had made the right choice. Plus, starting my very first semester and each semester since, I have had the opportunity to go into classrooms to teach and observe. This has given me experience in the classroom that has been so meaningful to my education. That spring semester, I had the opportunity to participate in Advocacy Day on behalf of mental health. I had such an incredible time interacting with my peers, the Radford University faculty, and meeting the delegates. And in the most unexpected twist, I even met my distant cousin in the elevator, which made the whole experience even more meaningful. It was truly a day I will never forget. After my first full year, I realized how incredibly special Radford University really is. The support I received from my faculty inspired me to give back. So I applied for Quest and was hired as a Quest assistant. That summer, I guided future Highlanders around campus, hearing their stories, easing their nerves, and helping them feel at home. Many of them have since become close friends, and the experience strengthened my leadership skills. During my sophomore year, I joined the Radford University Alumni Ambassadors, a program that has opened so many doors for me. I've met alumni who have accomplished incredible things, each one offering advice, encouragement, and a deeper appreciation for the Radford community. I also joined Peer Health Educators, where I had the honor of helping fundraise for our Campus Out of the Darkness Walk. Sharing information with students about mental health and peer support felt deeply meaningful, and being asked to speak at the event allowed me to share the impactful work of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. That summer, I returned to Quest orientation, this time working closely with the friends and families of our incoming students. Being able to support and reassure them as their students began their Radford journey taught me so much about communication and empathy. At the start of my junior year, I was preparing for my fall semester when Dr. Lisanti, one of my professors, contacted me to tell me I was nominated to be a part of the Education Apprenticeship Cohort. Thanks to a scholarship from the Virginia Department of Education, I have the opportunity to work full-time in public schools for the final 2 years of my degree at no cost. Partnered with Montgomery County Public Schools, I have gained hands-on classroom experience that has shaped me both personally and professionally. And I am guaranteed a position in Montgomery County upon graduation. I am so deeply grateful to Dr. Lisanti for nominating me for this opportunity. It is truly confirmed that choosing Radford was the best decision I have ever made. This year, I was also chosen to serve as a Tartan Blazer, which has allowed me to speak at the Radford University Scholarship Luncheon, connect with many of our generous university donors, and meet the Senate Finance Committee. I'm so thankful for Sandra Bond and Hunter Gresham for trusting in me. I continue to be a peer health educator leading the fundraising for this April's Out of the Darkness Walk. And through this work, I've continued building skills in communication, initiative, and leadership. My heartfelt thanks go to Shannon Moore for welcoming me into such an impactful and inspiring community. This winter, I have the opportunity to study abroad in Madrid, Spain. I am incredibly grateful to McLaughlin Center for assisting me throughout the application process and in communicating with the offices in Spain. I'm excited to expand my education by learning more about Spanish culture, as I'll be there from December 28th to January 16th, while taking a course focused on their traditions and cuisine. I'm excited to bring that cultural knowledge back into the classroom to share with my current and my future students. After the school year ends, I will have the privilege of returning to Quest as a student director. I am so grateful to Jason Lucas, Kiana Mizell, and Ashley Yearwood for everything they do to support students and to help us grow into leaders. Quest has been one of the most meaningful parts of my Radford experience, helping me build confidence in both leadership and public speaking. Beyond academics and leadership roles, Radford has also supported my well-being in ways I will always be grateful for. I've taken many fitness and wellness classes in the gym that helped me stay grounded and balanced during busy semesters. I've also benefited from our couch lead services, which provided a safe space during some of the hardest periods of my college journey. During family crises, several faculty members personally checked in on me, offering encouragement, flexibility, and genuine care. Their support reminded me that Radford isn't just a university, but a family that looks after its students as whole people. I am forever grateful to all mentioned above, as well as Dr. Robinson, Dean Wallace, Associate Dean Bays-Wilbin, Dr. Bozak, and all of the professors who have guided me, encouraged me, and helped me grow. And finally, I want to thank Dr. Trageser for giving me the chance to share my story with you all today. I genuinely love this school and will forever be grateful for every opportunity it has given me. Thank you.
Kate, thank you so much for sharing your story and showing your Radford pride. It was great meeting you at Advocacy Day and having you with us to welcome the Senate Finance Committee here on campus a couple of weeks ago. Appreciate all of your hard work and the passion that you have for this institution. After hearing your story, I'm left wondering what you haven't done. So certainly just appreciate you for being with us today to share your story. I think it resonates with so many students and Highlanders across the Radford family, and certainly wish you the best. Mr. President, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, and it just framing on top of the rector's comments, Kate is a teacher, right? I mean, we have a storied teaching program here, right, for educators, and she's already teaching in the schools. I mean, who wouldn't want to have Kate as a teacher, right? And she's just a wonderful example of the quality of that program and the quality of the teachers that we produce, which goes way back to when we were a teacher college. So Kate, thank you for honoring that tradition, becoming a teacher. We need many more of you, but thank you.
Again,
Thank you
Kate.
guys so much.
Thanks. Enjoy your snow day. All right. At this time, we will move to the President's report. It's certainly been an exciting year here on campus and in the Radford community, and we're fortunate to have you, Mr. President, always being a cheerleader for not just this university, but the whole community. So I invite you to give your report.
Thank you, Rector Lester, and good morning to everybody. My voice is a little rough tonight, but at least I still have it after that basketball game last night. It was outstanding, and I know due to weather reasons, many of you had to change your schedule, but I appreciate the board itself having participated there, and I think cheering just as loud as me for much of that game. That was very, very exciting. I know the rector mentioned this, but a lot of people had to come together to make this meeting possible this morning. And I realize IT is never fun. There was a lot of new things in this. I really appreciate the IT team figuring it out on the fly. You can only imagine what the pressure feels like, right, with everybody waiting. So they've done a remarkable job getting us all together this morning. So thank you very, very much. I'd like to celebrate a few recent accomplishments at the institution as a reminder before moving on to a discussion of strategic planning efforts. And as I've noted previously, comparing our enrollment now to 2 years ago, we've had 2 years of enrollment growth, which has included 28% jump in the number of new freshmen, 39% increase in the number of transfer students, and we now have our highest number of new graduate students in our history at the institution. And an important part of that, which is different than some institutions that may be growing, is we are now up to 92% Virginians, and that number has been climbing every year. And also 94% of our graduates are employed within 6 months of graduating. So that's something that the Commonwealth can be really proud of. We are a state institution, we are proud of it, and it shows in our numbers. So looking to some of the efforts that we've put in this fall, we had our first Tartan Transfer Summit on campus, which was bringing together the leadership through faculty members and advisors at the 8 community colleges that we partner with on that program. And the fabulous part about that is our goal as a group for all 9 of our institutions working together is it is intended to be creating seamless and supportive transition for community college students once they receive their associate's degree. It's really a fabulous program, and one of the consequences from that is our number of transfer students from those institutions are increasing, which we'd expect. So we are putting in the effort to make that outcome, and it is happening. So I really appreciate the partnership with the community college system for that. As mentioned by the provost yesterday, but I can't help but reinforce reinforce it. Our Office of Undergraduate Research continues to do absolutely amazing work with our students, and it epitomizes one of our brand pillars, which is active learning and active doing. And this year, Radford University had 4 teams selected for the Council on Undergraduate Research's Scholars Transforming Through Research program. Now, that's from among just 38 teams chosen nationwide, okay? Now, that gave us the largest single institution representation this year, okay? So more people from Radford University than anybody else, and it's the only institution in the nation to have participated in the program every year since its launch. The only ones. So it is remarkable, and I also want to thank our faculty for being willing to put in the time for mentoring students in that type of research. That doesn't happen at most institutions. It happens here. We're very proud of you and the effort that you put in to make our students so successful. It's really important as an institution that we continue to support the region and certainly the state in economic development and improving the business climate in our area. And really, that leads to an improvement of the quality of life throughout Southwest Virginia. So I've been communicating this, as has our Office of Economic Development and others, that education is economic development. Those two things go hand in hand. And there's a myriad of ways that that message is coming to life through our activities in the region. You've heard Dr. Joyner speak repeatedly about all the new efforts that are underway in the hub, including the new certification center, the new workspace that they have, which is opening up opportunities to students and business professionals and local organizations. And it's bringing them together under one roof, so they are having productive collisions in our community. And we're starting to frame that the education is economic development through collaborative health education and outreach that, again, Provost Usher had spoken of and touched on yesterday, where we already have a broad range of health and human services efforts that are creating a unique interprofessional model, but we're going to continue to expand those and create an emphasis to support those efforts for rural areas of the Commonwealth of Virginia. In the settings where you're combining health and human services, those are individuals where they're learning to collaborate, communicate, and provide unified care to those who need it most. And often in our state, those that need it most are in rural areas. So again, we are going to expand our role and take a leadership role for the state through Radford University in that area. We are going to be opening next fall the New River Valley Governor's School for the Arts and Humanities. And this is a unique partnership. We're going to be working with the 5 school, it's not districts, school divisions. Sorry, it's a different phrasing in the Commonwealth. I have to get my terminology right. So with 5 school divisions that are the New River Valley. And that's Floyd, Montgomery, Giles, Pulaski counties, as well as Radford City. And we're also partnering with New River Community College on that effort. We have a new dean, right? Rachel Williams started as our dean of the College of Visual and Performing Arts just back in June, and she's actually taking over leading this effort. So she has been working with our school systems and parents to kind of hammer out the fine details of what this is going to look like. And she has been working with those school systems to set up open houses for parents. We've already visited Pulaski schools. We'll be at Montgomery soon. So you'll see more about the governor's school. And at some point, Rector, we'd probably have a couple of those students from that program come and talk to the board about their experience. New dimension for us. So changing tacks here a little bit to sports, we had some wonderful updates on our athletics programs yesterday from Corey. And on that, there's a couple of things, though, that were not touched on, and I want to frame it here. So the NCAA each year offers awards to outstanding people that represent sports in this nation. And they have their award ceremony in January. They offer 14 awards each year total. 2 of those awards this year are going to Radford University. Charlene Curtis, she's going to be posthumously receiving the Gerald R. 4 Award, which honors an individual who's provided significant leadership as an advocate for intercollegiate athletics throughout the individual's career. Second, a former student athlete is being recognized, who's also our current coach of baseball, Alex Guerra, and he's receiving the Award of Valor. It's presented to an individual who, confronted with a situation involving personal danger, averted or minimized potential disaster by courageous action or noteworthy bravery. Remember, 14 awards across the thousands of schools that participate in athletics at the NCAA, and we're receiving 2 of those awards. So couldn't be prouder of the individuals who have been employed here to work and coach with our students. We are taking some of the efforts that we're doing so well in our Division I athletics, and we're expanding our scope into club sports, and intramurals, because it plays an increasingly important role in engaging students with our campus. So we're expanding participation in rugby, things like ultimate frisbee and esports, including an expansion of pickleball, and we are adding women's flag football. So those are important sports to add. Those track with student interest. And again, once the students are engaged, not only does that help them stay at the institution, but they're learning all the qualities that come with being a team player. Okay, it's an important aspect of what they can learn at this institution. On the legislative front, I continue to meet with members of the General Assembly. That occurred just through the summer, through the fall, and we have been walking through our general priorities for the upcoming session with them. We hosted Delegate Jason Ballard on campus because he presented the Student Government Association with a copy of the commending resolution that he introduced during the 2025 General Assembly session, honoring our 25th Advocacy Day for our university. So we appreciate his support. And recently we hosted Delegate David Reed on campus. He keynoted the university's Veteran Day ceremony. And during his visit, Delegate Reed also spoke with the political science class and toured the Cogen facility, which will be coming online soon, as well as McConnell Library to learn about that pending renovation. We always appreciate it when our elected officials visit campus. If you're listening in, more of you are encouraged to come, okay? Just contact Lisa Gadati and she will set you up with an opportunity here. We were very honored to host the Senate Finance Committee on campus, which included the Senate of Virginia coming here. And that took place in Kyle Hall, where we currently are. And attendees from that was all members of the Senate of Virginia, Governor-elect Spanberger, Lieutenant Governor-elect Hashmi, Delegate Watts, officials from the Youngkin administration, legislative and budget staff, and lobbyists. I would say a whole lot of lobbyists, as I learned about that experience. And as part of their 2-day annual meeting, we hosted a presidential reception for the Senate and their guests in the Artist Center, and a meet and greet for the Senate and Governor-elect Spanberger. I had the opportunity to greet Governor-elect Spanberger when she came to campus, and I look forward to working with her and her administration. Highlanders across campus engaged in the meeting, from students who serve as our tartan blazers, like Kate, who greeted guests throughout the day, and the students and faculty who watched the meeting in our overflow room downstairs, and who visited the Virginia 250 mobile museum experience, which the Senate Finance Committee kindly had brought to staff as part of their visit. Our campus community had a very meaningful glimpse into public service, civic leadership, and state government. That meeting, while it was 2 days, took an extraordinary amount of setup work to welcome these esteemed guests to our campus. And there's many individuals I want to thank, but certainly a heartfelt thanks to Lisa Gadati, because she led the planning efforts. And I'll tell you, that was a lot of weekend work, long evenings, and probably a lot of stress associated with that. But the meeting came out exceptionally well. So big thanks to Lisa for that. But it was also members from finance and administration, facilities, catering, university services, information technology, advancement, strategic communication. It really was a campus-wide effort, thanks to those who participated in setting it up. So it was such a flawless opportunity for our visitors. Our students were also deeply engaged with that. The special thanks to Dominica, I saw her on the screen somewhere, but Dominica Butler and also Karan Gregg into our tartan blazers for that effort. Shortly, Lisa Gadaldi will provide an overview of the November elections and the General Assembly session in her government relations report. But I do want to point out that in your folders, and probably for those of you that are attending virtually, you've received this electronically, but there's a little card, two-sided card that you have, and that has our talking points for you to help us advocate for our legislative priorities in the coming session. Radford's Advocacy Day plans are underway. It will be held on February 3rd and 4th at the Capitol with a legislative reception on the evening of the 3rd. We hope you're able to join us for part or all of that two-day event. And Ryan Boyer will be following up with you about your participation and possibly hosting our student groups as they visit our elected officials. So with that, I'm going to transition now from those institutional updates to strategic planning and really the outcomes of our strategic plan from the last two-year plan. And as you may recall, this plan was designed to be a bridge between immediate action that we believed we needed to take at the institution and the longer-term vision for Radford University. So we launched it in 2023 with the board's approval, and it focused on 4 priorities: define our distinctive nature, stabilize enrollment, drive regional economic development, and basically streamline resources to increase efficiency. So those were our 4-year priorities. And the 2-year horizon really allowed us to focus intently on those strategies. And it has made a difference here. I'm proud of the results that we've achieved and the teams coming together at Radford University for this. And you'll have received a detailed 2-year plan report in your board materials, but there's also a postcard for those of you that are present in the room. It's the one that has the QR code on it, and that, and again, you're going to have that in your materials online as well. And it provides you to a link that has the 2-year plan website and its outcomes. And you are welcome to widely share those because we were so successful in it. I want to point out some of the notable outcomes. There's going to be a series of slides going through those 4 opportunities. They're going to list more outcomes that I'm going to speak about. But again, this is not a comprehensive overview. It's just highlighting the changes that we have been able to make. And we're going to start with the next slide, which is covering points on distinction. And these were changes from areas of branding, academic programming, student services, and alumni. And through surveys and website redesign, we really increased the brand awareness of Radford University, our reputation outside the institution, and the pride inside the institution. A big noticeable change was that there was a 16% increase in prospective students identifying the university as a good or excellent landing for them when they were looking to join a university. Active learning and active doing is a hallmark for Radford, for the Radford experience, and it's one of our brand pillars. And we have expanded our experiential learning, or again, things that you do with your hands or your mind actively in the classroom. We've expanded those opportunities. We have aligned those learning outcomes with the employment people call them career skills or power skills for students. The old term was soft skills. Those are provided by the National Association of Colleges and Employers. So we've aligned their learning outcomes with our experiential opportunities on campus. And last year, 82% of our students graduated with some type of work-based learning capstone, which included internships, teaching practicums, clinical rotations, and undergraduate research. So I'm pleased to say that these efforts got our students job ready, right? I mentioned before, 94% were employed by 6 months of graduating. So the employers recognize that our students are career ready when they're leaving this institution. We've also highlighted alumni success as a distinctive feature for our university, talking through additional stories on our website, social media, and e-newsletters. And in just 2 years, there's been a 25% increase in our alumni who follow us on social media, and more than 100,000 alumni are enjoying our new e-newsletter that we provide from the institution. Moving on to economic development, we've built a stronger conduit for regional economic development, where we've implemented a new business model for our hub in East Maine and expanded our co-works and certification centers offerings, as I had mentioned earlier. We've also partnered on more than $5 million in new grant awards for economic development. And with the help of a VTOP capacity building grant, we've been able to grow paid internships for students to nearly 800 a year. Moving on to stabilizing enrollment, numerous factors have helped us stabilize enrollment at the institution. This has included dramatically increasing the number of visitors who are coming to our campus. That's prospective students and their families. We've launched direct admission that now accounts for nearly two-thirds. I think it's 65% of our new freshmen coming to the institution. We implemented the Radford tuition promise, which increased our first time in college yield by 9%, while actually using less finances than we thought would be required for that opportunity. We've taken important strides in retention and progression by strengthening our transfer pathways with over 80 Virginia Community College System guides and a new self-service tool. We've improved student success in all our 100 and 200 level courses. And we've enhanced professional development of our staff to improve the quality of the services we deliver to students while boosting their satisfaction with those services. And then finally, we've been repositioning our resources to maintain affordability and really increase efficiency at the institution. Part of that has led to a budgeting process where we've developed $10 million in E&G carry forward. And you might look at that and say, well, that means you have too much money. No, that means we're taking money that we didn't need to be using in some ways, and now we're able to be deploying it in ways we do need to use it. So that is a great campus-wide effort to make that budgeting change possible at this institution. We've also increased the efficiency of our campus through the use of new technologies. In just one example, so we're moving a lot of our paper processes to electronic processes. I believe we've had 82 just in the last year move that direction. In one of those, when there was a course change required by a faculty member, they had to fill out a paper form. There was 1,200 paper forms routing through our system every year, and now it's all done electronically. And that is one example of 82 that we have in place. We have a lot more to go, but all those things make a huge difference at this institution. We've been expanding volunteer roles and refining how those individuals are engaged with the institution. We've increased our alumni base, and we've advanced planned giving and grew our overall giving at the institution. Through the Together campaign, which raised more than $106 million, we broadened our base with many first-time and small gift donors, which ultimately is strengthening our opportunity for future large gifts and also planned giving. We've modernized our hiring and onboarding, including creating career ladders for our staff members, and dramatically expanded our training and leadership development opportunities for employees. And that itself has greatly decreased the turnover in our classified staff members, in group participation, and overall satisfaction with employees' jobs on campus. So I'd like to thank our vice presidents and provost Usher, along with their many employees, for achieving these fantastic results. We're a stronger university because of the work that you've done over the past 2 years, and we're better positioned for the future and for the bold course that we have charted. Moving on, just a few thoughts about our new 6-year strategic plan that we're going to be discussing and looking for your support today on. It leads us to the next exciting chapter in our university's story. And we're entitling it Shaping Tomorrow Together. I'm very pleased with the strides we've taken in developing this plan, which will launch next month, and with Dr. Angela Joyner and Dr. Sharon Roger Hepburn, who have led this effort and who also will be telling more about this in just a moment. It's been an inclusive and collaborative effort led by the co-chairs for the Strategic Planning Committee and made possible by the contributions of all planning community members, subcommittee members, and implementation plan participants. I'm really deeply grateful for your time. It's a plan that ends up being maybe 32 pages in print form, but the hours behind that, the hours that are put in to get there, thank you all. That's hidden, but your efforts are appreciated, and it will guide us for the next 6 years. So we are now at an inflection point in our history. We've come, I'm going to say, an extraordinarily long way in our last 2 years, and we're positioned now for even greater things. The roadmap for the next 6 years will allow us to fulfill our mission of empowering brighter futures and building stronger communities. And we're going to be united by a culture of care that provides the services, resources, and opportunities to support our well-being. Thank you, and go Highlanders.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that very robust report. What an incredible 2 years it's been. You highlighted so many key takeaways in your report, and I want to thank you and the entire university community for your leadership and your diligence to change the narrative of Radford University, the perceptions, and the outcomes as well. We are well positioned for the future in the next strategic plan, and I think really we have pivoted to a point where there's a lot of momentum and excitement around not just Radford today, but the future, especially at a time when I think so many counted us out. But the resiliency that this community embodies is strong, and just again really want to commend you and thank you for that report. Are there any other members of the board who have comments or questions of the president regarding his report? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and invite Lisa Gadati, who is here in the room with us, to give her government relations report. The president highlighted several key items that she has been working on the past couple of months, and I was fortunate to be here for the Senate Finance Committee's retreat a couple of weeks ago, and can say to the rest of the board, the feedback that I heard from senators, staff, lobbyists, of which there were many, to your point, they all gave very high praise to the university. And what an incredible opportunity that was for Radford to really put our best foot forward, host basically the entire Senate of Virginia for a day and a half. Was a great display for us. So again, congratulations to Lisa and the president for making that a successful event. Lisa, your report.
Good morning. My government relations report to you today will focus on the November elections, an update on the gubernatorial transition, and a preview of the 2026 General Assembly. As you are aware, Virginia held elections for statewide offices this year, and Democrats swept all 3 races and will have a governing trifecta come January. The 2025 election was framed largely by economic uncertainty and driven by concerns over the cost of living and access to health care. The Virginia House of Delegates went into the election with a 2-seat majority, 51 of 100 total seats, and they came out of it picking up 13 additional seats. They will control the House with the 64-36 margin, with Democrats gaining control of the governorship and retaining the House. They are in a position to advance and pursue an aggressive legislative agenda. However, the Speaker and other Democratic leadership have stated that they plan on avoiding overreach and legislating with restraint in 2026. Their priorities to date include affordable housing, healthcare, and making schools safe and protecting public safety. While the Senate of Virginia was not on the ballot this year, they'll be up again in 2027. There's one item to note. Democrats narrowly control the Senate of Virginia 21-19, and with Senator Hashmi's election as lieutenant governor, she recently vacated her Senate seat. 2 members of the House have already announced their candidacy for the special election that will be held in January. Looking at the gubernatorial transition, Governor-elect Spanberger subsequently announced her transition team leadership after the election, and the transition team includes 2 of her former congressional staff members. Both individuals will continue their service, and they've been named the incoming Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations. Co-chairs include several individuals who led the Biden-Harris and the Obama-Biden transitions, leadership from the Virginia Hospital and Healthcare Association, and the Richmond Association of Realtors, her campaign manager, and former General Assembly members and current House and Senate Democratic leadership. Governor-elect Spanberger announced key members of the United for Virginia Policy Transition Landing Teams in mid-November. The policy teams are work groups that will coordinate with the Youngkin administration to ensure a smooth transition from the Youngkin administration to the Spanberger administration and build a framework for key policy initiatives for Governor Spanberger. One of the educational policy team co-chairs is former Secretary of Education, Deidre Trent. You may remember, if you were back here in 2018, that Deidre spent time here serving as the special assistant to the provost for international education. And as you heard yesterday, Rob Hoover was appointed to serve on the education policy team, and we are thrilled. Cabinet appointments and other leadership positions are being rolled out right now. Cabinet officials named to date include Secretary of Agriculture and Forestry, Katie Frazier, Secretary of Health and Human Resources, Marvin Figueroa, and Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security, Stanley Mader. I thought it may be helpful to provide an overview of the governor-elect's higher education policy agenda and how it dovetails with Radford University. Making college more affordable and accessible for Virginia students. Specific initiatives that Governor-elect Spanberger campaigned on include directing Chev through the Op6 process to monitor efficiency levels that align with expected declining enrollment, working with the General Assembly to create incentives that encourage institutions to collaborate for greater administrative efficiency, and ensuring that institutions are meeting their responsibility to provide opportunity and advancement for all Virginians, particularly Pell eligible and first-generation students. As you know, Radford does this extremely well, and we are proud of our Carnegie classification as an opportunity college and university, and being recognized as a university that enrolls a large number of students from a lower income background and equips them with the education tools needed to succeed economically after graduation. 45% of our undergraduates are Pell eligible and 31% are first generation. We are an access institution, and we are proud of the Radford tuition promise for Virginians whose family's AGI is 100,000 or less. Another policy initiative is improving financial aid options for students by streamlining and enhancing state support. Specifically, the example from the Spanberger campaign is working with the General Assembly to combine Virginia's primary public financial aid programs, VGAP and the Commonwealth Award. Radford is actually one of the institutions that signed on in support of the proposed legislation that we'll see in January to merge the state financial aid programs. Another initiative is supporting Virginia's community colleges, specifically supporting pathways for transfer students by promoting alignment between community colleges and four-year institutions and increasing access to high-quality advisors. So unlike many institutions, Radford evaluates transfer coursework during the admissions process before students even apply or submit a deposit. So Radford University has enthusiastically participated in Chev's Transfer Virginia portal, and we have the second highest number of transfer guides in the state. And we are proud of our Tartan Transfer program and working with our close community college partners. Another policy initiative is increasing access to college coursework for high school students. including increasing access to free dual enrollment courses, particularly for those courses aligning with Virginia industry and regional demand. And so for over 16 years, Radford has actually led statewide efforts to expand access to high quality dual enrollment instruction by developing graduate certificate programs that credential high school teachers to meet accrediting body standards. So many school divisions in Virginia, particularly those in rural and underserved areas, struggle to offer these dual enrollment courses due to a shortage of qualified teachers. And so Radford is helping address that need. Another policy initiative is enhancing support services to allow students to focus on academic success. Working with the General Assembly to expand the higher education mental health workforce pilot program to increase access to mental health services for college students and grow the mental health workforce pipeline is one example offered by the Spamberger campaign. Radford University was actually one of the inaugural institutions selected to participate in the mental health workforce pilot. Another example is addressing campus food insecurity by conducting a review on the impact of SNAP cuts on college students and recommendations to mitigate effects and ensuring effective implementation of the Hunger-Free Campus Food Pantry Grant Program. So the Hunger-Free Campus Food Pantry Grant Program was established by the General Assembly earlier this year, and the application is about to open. And I know Student Affairs is very passionate about this, and they do plan on submitting an application. Protecting Virginia's institutions of higher education from political influence. Governor-elect Spamberger will be pursuing reforms to Virginia's process for gubernatorial appointments to higher education governing boards. She is on record as saying that as governor, she will not weigh in on board decisions and she'll have minimal interaction with board members after appointments are made. She supports tightening the timing between the appointment and the confirmation of board members and has emphasized the need for clear appointee removal standards. This is part of a much broader conversation happening at the General Assembly that I'll touch on briefly later on in my report. The university will continue to position itself to be a strong partner for the incoming gubernatorial administration, and I will have more information to share with you at the March meeting about the Spamberger administration and their priorities and policy initiatives. The inauguration will be held on January 17th, and additional information will be forthcoming about the ceremony and other related events if that is of interest to you. So turning now to the General Assembly, my report to you in December always includes a preview of the upcoming session. The session is a long session in 2026. It will be convened on January 14th and is expected to adjourn on March 14th. House Republican Caucus and House Democrat Caucus held meetings in November to elect their leadership for the 2026 session. Democrats and Republicans both re-elected their current leadership. So Don Scott as Speaker and Charnel Herring as House Majority Leader and Terry Kilgore as House Minority Leader. In 2026, we are going to see significant turnover in the House with 17 new faces. There will be the special election to replace Lieutenant Governor-elect Hashmi, and possibly more if any General Assembly members resign to join the Spamberger administration. There will be changes to committee assignments and possibly a few committee leadership changes. With Senator Hashmi's departure from the Senate, Senator Barbara Favola was recently announced a few days ago as the new Senate Education and Health Committee chair. Senator Schuyler Van Valkenburg will be succeeding Senator Favola as the chair of the Senate Rehabilitation and Social Services Committee. So I'd like to provide you a quick budget update. So similar to the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee meeting that we hosted in November, the House Appropriations Committee also hosts a similar retreat. Some key takeaways from both of those meetings is that there are mandatory pressures on the budget, such as Medicaid and K-12, that outpace revenue growth, and the General Assembly will need to evaluate options to align future spending with projected resources. Budget staff are currently projecting a funding need of an additional $800 million for K-12 re-benchmarking, an additional $410 million general funds in FY26, and $2.8 billion general funds in the upcoming biennium for Medicaid. Federal actions are contributing to pressure on revenue and spending with revenue growth due to cuts in the federal workforce and federal contract reductions. H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill, shifts significant cost for the SNAP program to Virginia and requires additional spending to implement the the work requirement under Medicaid. The General Assembly also will need to decide how to handle tax conformity decisions, which could reduce revenue up to $1.1 billion over the next 3 years. Further federal actions could reduce federal appropriations to the state or modify tax provisions, also impacting Virginia's revenue. During yesterday's Business Affairs and Audit Committee meeting, George referenced the Commonwealth's reserve funds. I thought it might be helpful to give you a quick summary of where those reserve funds stand. Virginia has 2 reserve funds, the Revenue Stabilization Fund, which is also known as the Rainy Day Fund, and the Revenue Reserve Fund. They currently have a combined total of about $4.5 billion in reserves and project $4.8 billion in reserves by 2028. However, $3 billion of that is in the Rainy Day Fund. That can only be used to address a shortfall of at least 2% between general fund appropriations and the official forecast in an adopted budget. It can't be used to cover costs in an upcoming biennial budget that has yet to be adopted. It also can't be used to address non-general fund spending, like the new federal mandates or backfill loss to federal funds. About $1.5 billion, though, is in the Revenue Reserve Fund, and that piggy bank can be tapped more easily and used to address some of the funding needs without meeting the stricter rainy day fund requirements. In terms of the state budget, the governor will be presenting his outgoing budget proposal to the joint money committees on December 17th. This came up during committee discussion yesterday, and for your awareness, the House and Senate will release their budget proposals around the 3rd week of February. And if a budget agreement is negotiated on time, it will be approved in mid-March. The governor will have her first opportunity to act on the budget afterwards by proposing amendments and vetoes for the General Assembly to consider when they return in late April for the reconvened session. And so that might give you a general sense of what the timeline will be for the General Assembly budget. So 2026 state priorities. The president referenced in his report about your pocket-sized card of talking points. Rob Hoover covered the university state budget priorities in his presentation yesterday. I'd be happy to answer questions you may have about that. You're welcome to reach out to me as well. So one additional policy priority we continue to advocate for is the authority to offer reduced tuition to out-of-state students. This is part of an effort to increase Virginia's talent pipeline and allow select schools the ability to charge less than 100% of the average cost of education to out-of-state students, but not less than in-state cost to attract more out-of-state students into Virginia. Radford is partnering with Christopher Newport University, Longwood, and Mary Washington, who are also regional institutions with an extremely low percentage of out-of-state students that have capacity to enroll more students without displacing Virginians. Turning now to a legislative preview, pre-filing began 2 weeks ago, and bills are beginning to be published. As in previous years, the university will list higher education legislation of interest on our government relations webpage for interested members of the campus community. Later this month, I'm attending the Virginia Education Summit, which is a joint meeting of the House Education and Senate Education Committees, and I'll have a clearer picture of the higher education legislative landscape for 2026. However, one key issue for higher education is relating to board governance and the board appointment process. Higher education governance controversies across the state at other institutions and General Assembly action related to that have been extensively covered in the news, and I don't think this is any surprise to you. I anticipate seeing several bills introduced regarding higher education governance and the appointment process. House and Senate Democratic leadership held a press conference this summer to announce their plans to introduce a higher education reform legislative proposal that would change the board appointment process. This may include requiring appointees to be confirmed by the General Assembly before being seated and extending the length of terms from 1 4-year term with the ability to be reappointed for a second term to 1 6-year term. This would prevent any one governor from having full control over boards by the end of their administrations. In addition, we will likely see legislation reintroduced that would allow universities to hire their own legal counsel instead of representation from the OAG. Similar legislation passed in 2024, but was later vetoed by the governor. Over the last few years, legislation has been introduced requiring governing boards to include non-voting advisory faculty and staff representatives, including how these representatives are selected. The legislation passed in the last over 2024 and 2025 and vetoed by the governor both years. The president mentioned in his report about Advocacy Day. It is February 3rd and 4th. I hope that you will be able to join us. And then lastly, many of you know about the university's government relations internship program. We established that beginning with the 2024 legislative session, and this provides Radford students with the General Assembly internship in Richmond, followed by an internship in the president's office when they return after the General Assembly adjourns. 2 students will be participating this year, and they'll be interning with Delegate Ballard and Delegate Rizul. And the primary purpose of the government relations internship is to provide students with real-life experiences in public service and to develop a future pipeline of Radford University alumni working around Capitol Square. This concludes my government relations report, and I look forward to updating you on the 2026 General Assembly session at your meeting in March.
Thank you, Lisa, for that report. It's going to be a busy session, so. But it's a great opportunity for the university to form some new relationships and introduce those folks to Radford and teach them all about the great things that we do here at the university. So thank you. Are there any questions of Lisa? All right, thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Joyner and Dr. Hepburn for the strategic plan 2026 through 2031 update. In doing so, I would acknowledge the incredible amount of collaborative work that came not only from the committee chairs, but the planning committee, individual work groups, and the campus community at large. Radford will be stronger at the end of this plan because of the great work that went into its development. So Drs. Joyner and Hepburn, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, and truly appreciate the opportunity to bring this update regarding the strategic plan. Both Sharon and I are indebted to not only our campus community, but also our broader community who have spent countless hours, thought leadership, and feedback regarding the plan. This morning, we'll give an update on where we are in the plan, next steps, both from a communication standpoint and a launch strategy, as well as respectfully asked for the board's approval of the resolution that the rector has regarding the strategic plan. And so with that, if you'll move to the next slide, Sharon will take us through a portion of this, and then we'll tag team back and forth as we bring you the full update.
Good morning. And as I've told Angela, my internet has been very spotty today, so I've got my fingers crossed that it's gonna stay steady for a little bit here. Angela and I first wanted to give you an update on some of the things that we have been doing and what's been going on since we saw you last in September. And first, there's an update on the approval from Chev for the revised mission statement. We did submit the revised mission statement for Chev approval. We have received initial feedback from Chev in regards to that submission. We subsequently engaged in conversations with various committees and cabinet members to prepare and submit a response. And we then provided Chev with the additional information they requested, with further refinement of our submission based on their requests. And we did make one change to the mission statement that we would like to make you aware of. Chev suggested that we solidify our sense of place within the mission statement. And so we added a phrase at the very end of the mission statement. And this is what the last sentence will now read. We foster personal growth, professional development, and community impact while providing strong partnerships and addressing societal needs in Southwest Virginia and the Commonwealth. And so that last phrase, in Southwest Virginia and the Commonwealth, is what we added to further anchor the university within the region. And that's the only changes that have been made to what you approved back in June or July. Now, until the final approval from Chev is received, the mission statement will be accompanied with the phrase pending Chev approval wherever it appears. And can then remove that once we get that final approval. Regarding the strategic plan itself, the themes, goals, objectives, strategies, we won't walk you through the changes line by line. You have the most recent plan in your packet, but we did want to give you an overall sense of what has been done. So following the submission of the draft plan back in September, we did receive additional feedback from members of the board, from our campus community, and this feedback, as it has throughout the entire process, informed our final revisions to the document. Mostly it was cleaning up some of the language for clarity, syntax, things of that nature. No substantial changes have been made to the document. It's really just a continuation of wordsmithing. And in particular, we do want to assure you that there have been no additions or deletions of strategies from the draft submission in September. There really is not substantial changes to the strategies. We have further refined the wording of some of those strategies, again, based on feedback we received, cleaned up some of the strategies where it made sense to, where it was needed. Again, it was only modifying the language itself, not the meaning or the intent of the strategies. And then finally, as we further refined and clarified the language, we felt that there was no longer a need for a glossary. We have been talking about adding a glossary to the final strategic plan, but we've decided that we've cleaned up the language enough where we don't see that as a necessity. Rather, the printed version for distribution will have definitions at the bottom of the pages where appropriate. We don't think there'll be many of these, but where they are appropriate, we will have them. These are not yet reflected in your packet, but we'll be adding them to the document before the final layout once that's finalized. And now it's Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. And I think just to build on what Sharon said, we really wanted to take to heart all of the feedback and ensure that no matter who is reading the plan, that both from the language perspective, it's clear on what we are talking about, but also that it is inclusive with regards to the input and feedback we've received throughout the plan. And so we look forward to ensuring we provide that clarity as we get to the final print, and we deeply appreciate the feedback from the board to help us refine and make sure that we are clear as we're moving forward. The only thing that I would share is that with regard to operational strategies and actions, we have been meeting with the vice presidents in the respective departments about some of the feedback that we identified that would go to the operational strategies to ensure that those are not only reflected in their operational plans, but also as we continue to think about how we're going to report this out as we move forward. And so I just wanted to add that some of the strategies were more operational than at the university level, but they would be reflected in the operational plan. The next, if you can go to the next slide, one of the things that we did share, and apologize for the blurriness of this slide, but we have landed on a solution called Achieve IT, which will allow us to build out not only a dashboard, but really help support two things. One, having transparency with our external stakeholders, and as well as helping us internally ensure that we are being accountable for the work that we're going to do over the next 6 years. It really isn't about the tool, but it is really about our transparency and ensuring that we have both the right resource allocation, the flexibility to be able to identify strategies and actions to support this plan moving forward. We have identified across the divisions who will help make these updates. Ryan will lead these updates for us. We will also share with you our first update using this tool at the March board meeting, at which time you would see where we are and our progress against these strategies. And so we will create a very specific dashboard that will live on the strategic plan website. David mentioned to you yesterday that we will be launching and refreshing the strategic plan website with the final plan, as well as the dashboard that will track our initiatives. Those initiatives will be public. We will also have an internal tracking mechanism for us from an operational perspective to identify our internal progress and the needs and resources that will be required for us to meet our objectives, laddering back up to the strategic plan. We'll also, for several of the divisions, be loading their operational plans in this tool, which again will allow us to continue to make sure that they're linked, but also take work out of the system for those that are doing those updates. So we're really excited about using this tool to provide not only, but also simplifying the work as we move forward over the next 6 years. Next slide, please.
So shaping
So,
together tomorrow.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Go
Sorry.
ahead, Sharon.
Shaping Tomorrow Together will be officially launched on January 23rd of 2026. We'll be having the celebratory launch at the Covington Center starting at 9:30, and it will be live streamed. The full program of the launch event has not yet been finalized, but there'll be a full program highlighting and celebrating this milestone. The president will have a statement. There'll be a promotional video. At one point, there was talk that Angela and I would have pom-poms on stage, but I think we've been able to nix that. We'll see. And then a full launch strategy with promotional materials, talking points for various constituencies of the campus community, and things of that nature is also being developed and will be put into place with the launch. We're working with strategic communication for all of this. And next slide, please.
So with regards to next steps, we are marching very quickly to January 23rd. We're very excited, pending your approval of moving this plan forward. I will tell you that the divisions are actively working on their operational plans and metrics and how we will move the plan forward. We're all very excited about seeing this come to fruition. One thing that we will say as we're moving through the launch plan and aligning the operational plans, we know that this plan is not only flexible in terms of giving some latitude to the divisions, but also the transparency and partnership with our external partners. So we're really excited about all of those things that are happening. We will do training for our partners internally during the month of January so that we are well prepared to provide our first updates and share the dashboard with our first updates at the March board meeting. The dashboard will launch with the launch of the plan, but you will not see much progress against some of these since it'll go out January 3rd, but know that you'll see the very first update in March. And with that, we'll take any questions or discussion, but Rector has the resolution for approval of the board at such time that it is ready.
Thank you both very much for that update. I do have the resolution. It's on page 51 of your board packet for those of you following along if you want to look at it briefly. This has been before us in various iterations several times now. So at this point, do you have any further comments, Mr. President? Okay. At this point, I'll entertain a motion that we adopt the resolution to approve the strategic plan Shaping Tomorrow Together.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Could I ask for discussion?
Is there discussion? Yes.
Yeah.
George.
So the additional language that Chev has put on the mission, how does that impact our go-to-market strategy? You know, its emphasis on it puts us into a position where we are the institution for Southwest Virginia. Our focus, our expenditures, our investments are all Southwest Virginia. As we talk about the declining number of students available to us to grow enrollment, how does that get perceived or how does it get managed in terms of how do we invest in Richmond, Northern Virginia, Southeast Virginia? Because we've heard some feedback from members of the Chev board of their perception of Radford, and it seems like this is putting us in a position that says you are the University for Southwest Virginia. And so how does that impact our investments as we do go to market?
I'll just speak personally. I feel like it's more of an and, not an or situation where, it's a recognition that we are physically present here, especially with the rural health initiative as well, that our focus really is on serving this region in terms of our mission. But it's not just Southwest Virginia. It's also the Commonwealth writ large, so, Mr. President.
Yeah, to that point, while it does say Southwest Virginia, it also says and the Commonwealth. So it's both. We are a state institution, so that's Commonwealth, but we are located in Southwest Virginia. I mean, that and the feedback from Chev, I'm going to view it as very constructive because they were saying, look down the road 20 years or whatever, and you've got this mission for the institution. People may be judging you from the legislature whether or not you are in a sense proud of being a state institution, and that should be reflected right in your mission. And so our efforts in economic development, just because of our geographical site, as our students are here with service, with that immediate touch to economic development, with the impact that they will have in healthcare, that will be more focused in the Southwest because that's where our students are and that's where we're located. But that and the Commonwealth, we serve the state. So as state has needs more broadly, we will also continue to adopt on that. So I do not believe it changes our launch strategy per se.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. Right. Is there any other discussion?
I'll just want to reiterate again, my compliments to Drs. Hepburn and Joyner for their fine work on this project. I think they did an outstanding job. I really appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on it and appreciate the thoughtful consideration that was given to different comments and the way it was all put together. I think it was a great effort by everybody and something we can all be proud of.
Right, we have a motion on the table. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Thank you. And now I'll invite Dr. Ryan Boyer, who's been very busy the past couple of months as he has transitioned into his new role, to give us a board effect presentation.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Rector Lester. So what I'd like to do is give the board an overview of a software that we have been considering across the cabinet table that I hope, following this discussion, will indicate and suggest a better way, a more efficient way for us to manage documents, think about the ways in which we communicate, and then ultimately host some of our meetings. And so in your board packets, there were a number of screenshots. I'm not going to go through those screenshots, but I am going to go to our first slide and just give an overview of the benefits of implementing a board software. I will note two additional items prior to starting. The first is that this would not replace our current website. We do have an incredible website. I think that the website is really robust and provides an incredible amount of information for us, both for the board, but also for the public. And so I would see if we were to implement a board software that we would not have any change, at least to the externally facing website. And so as we go in, there are really 6 or 7 items that I see as benefits for us. The first is in regards to efficiency and time-saving measures. I would suggest that a board software would reduce administrative tasks by creating and streamlining the creation, distribution, and updating of board materials. Second, it would ensure that board members have immediate access to the most current documents without relying on an email. I know that we have done that a couple of of times over the last 10 days or so, or manual updates. And so I think that that would be a benefit. The second item there is centralized document management and access. In a board software, what we would see is that all agendas, minutes, resolutions, and committee materials are stored securely in one searchable system. So this, I think, is an important point to editorialize on. If a board member would want to go in and search any historical document, once we start implementing and uploading materials, they would be able to search within a system to find a very specific item. We can't necessarily do that right now, and so that would be a benefit. The second thing here is that it would strengthen institutional memory through instant access to historical documents. One of the items that I've noted here is that we don't have a centralized place for board members to refer back to prior resolutions or prior policy updates. And so if we were to implement such a software like Board Effect, which is ultimately the one that I would propose we move towards, we would be able to go back through and find specific resolutions without searching through significant documents on our website. And then finally, it would eliminate version control issues and it would reduce confusion about which documents are current. And so if we have seen that in the past, such a software would alleviate that concern. Number three, improved collaboration and engagement. And so while recognizing that FOIA is indeed something that we would have to always be taken into consideration, pre-meeting annotations, discussion tools, and Q&A features would support deeper preparation by our board and would allow us to have more strategic meeting time. And so members could collaborate across committees while maintaining clarity and structure. And then finally, a software would encourage proactive engagement rather than passive receipt of materials. The fourth, enhanced oversight, accountability, and governance quality. We would be able to clearly track decisions, approvals, and follow-ups with committee workflows. It supports fiduciary compliance and oversight responsibilities with organized and reliable documentation. And then finally, it would improve alignment across committees and board operations. Number five, we would be able to implement an audit trail, and using prior softwares with an audit trail, I find that to be such a helpful tool because we can see who does what and when they do what, which does a couple of things. It encourages deeper board participation, and it also encourages us to deeply engage with our materials. Everything that would come out of such a software would be encrypted, and so we know right now that delivery via email is not always as secure as we would like. And so if we have an encrypted process, we would encourage and have the ability to be much more secure. Scalability and board lifecycle support is our second to last bullet. It would streamline onboarding for new members by providing immediate access to historical documents, right? We have that now in the website, but we could have it in one specific place. Again, it would allow it to be searchable. Also, governing materials, right? So in our conversation earlier today, but also what we'll do here momentarily in regards to governing materials, we would have the ability to have that in a single place. It would support long-term sustainability as board membership evolves. And then finally, as I referenced earlier, it manages policies, bylaws, charters, and rotations in a centralized structure. This is a unique tool here because if we've ever wondered who rotates off when, we would be able to have that. If we want to know in a very centralized place when some or which committees folks are on, we would be able to see that in a single place. Board members would have a private profile where that information would also be maintained, and it would allow individual emails should that be necessary. And then finally, I've referenced this a couple of times, but it would improve readiness and accessibility. Materials can be accessed anywhere, anytime, on any device. There will be all of the primary softwares do have apps, and so we would be able to download an app on our iPads or other devices that would allow us to have those materials there in real time. Again, real-time updates to ensure board members would always have the latest information, and it would enhance preparedness and quality of board discussions. One other very quick slide. I do want to, again, the one that I would propose is Board Effect. There are three public institutions in Virginia that have a board software. I believe they are Norfolk State, William and Mary, and then George Mason. A number of private institutions in Virginia also have also have board effect. And so this is a method that other institutions are using effectively, and one that I do believe that our Board of Visitors here at Radford could model. And so with that, I would love to open up to any questions. We have vetted this through the cabinet, and I think the cabinet, and I would invite any of my cabinet colleagues to chime in, but I do believe there was pretty robust support across the cabinet table. From an administrative perspective, I would continue to take on a vast majority of the work. I would be the one that would communicate with board members in regards to issues that they might have, but I would also be able to work individually with board members to ensure that they would be able to effectively navigate the system. Thank you, Rector Lester.
Thank you, Ryan. I see your prior institution listed here, so I imagine you have pretty extensive experience interfacing with this particular platform.
It's a good point, Rector Lester. I do. So I've used this particular platform. This would be my 5th academic year interacting with Board Effect should we were to move, including four at my previous institution.
Great. Sounds like a great way to modernize our operations and do it in a user-friendly way for members of the board. The only question I have, budget implication, I imagine is pretty routine. Yeah.
So we have a quote at approximately $18,500 annually with a 3% escalator from Board Effect.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Matt, I see your Matt up. Dr. Close?
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. I would wonder what and Ryan, you could answer this probably based on your experience at Emory and Henry. What kind of institutional support do you have to have for it? And what kind of support does the company offer? So in terms of running it, are we having our in-house staff that have to kind of deal with any kind of technological issues, or is it pretty easy to get issues resolved? And then my second question is, how does this work with FOIA? So are the materials, if they're shared via this system, are they FOIAble, and who would have access to them?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll address the second question first. Everything is subject to FOIA. I didn't necessarily go into it initially. However, I think this actually helps with FOIA because all documentation is centralized. If there are any platform communications, those can be immediately accessed, right? And so there is no going through emails. There is no going through, paper trail. And so if we were to be FOIA'd about a very specific topic, we could go in and immediately retrieve those. Any notations that we would make within the system are also FOIA-able, and so we would be able to immediately withdraw those. And so I actually think that from a FOIA perspective, it makes things more effective for us and our operations. To answer the second, it would be a very typical implementation by our IT staff. We would go through that process. We would do single sign-on as is policy, and so I would work with folks in order to ensure that is effectively implemented. And then after that, I'm trying to think about my previous experience with this particular platform. I don't ever recall having to reach out to IT in order to resolve a concern. If there were ever any login issues, I would have administrative access on the back end, and so I could resolve those. If there are document retrieval issues, I could resolve those. And so largely, I think that I could take on any post-implementation task that would be necessary in order to make sure that everything runs effectively.
George?
With regards to the collaboration and engagement, we've been very careful not to facilitate emails or conversations without noticing a meeting. So with regards to those features, how will they be curtailed or controlled to minimize the potential of discussions that are an unnoticed meeting?
Yeah, thank you, George. I think it's a great question. I think that we work collaboratively to set expectations right together for those. There are features that we can toggle on and off, and so if it's ultimately something that as a administrative team and a board, we collectively say, I'm not into this. I don't think this is best for us. We can toggle those features on or off, and so I think that we can be as careful. But I also think, should we want to do something, right? Within the guidelines of FOIA, we could also be very intentional about those decisions as well.
Okay, I can't see all board members on the screen, so if anyone else has any questions or comments, feel free to speak up now.
My only observation was what George just mentioned, so I think we would have to be, intentional about that. But I think it sounds like a great option for us.
So maybe at a future meeting, then we can go through that discussion. Here's the implications of FOIA with these features. What do we toggle on or off and where? So that way everybody's clear and there's no, because if people have concerns, then they might not want to use it, right? In their own way. So I think that'd be really helpful to go through that type of training.
Okay, great. I'm told this does not require any kind of formal vote, so we'll just give a blessing to move forward. Thank you, Ryan.
Yep,
Appreciate
thank you.
Okay, now on our agenda, we had a scheduled photo and break originally, and unfortunately, weather intervened. So we will not do one of those weird Zoom photos as our new board photo. But at this point, I would like to entertain that we take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 11:20 so that folks can stretch, use the restroom, whatever. We'll be back at 11:20. All right. All right, it is 11:20, so we will go ahead and reconvene. At this point, I would like to introduce Dr. Matt Close, Chair of the Faculty Senate, to present the coach survey presentation, this is done every 2 years. There's a lot of hard work that goes into this process, and we appreciate Dr. Close for his presentation today.
Thank you, Tyler. So the board members, you should have received either a print copy or electronic copy of the executive summary for the coach report. And if you did not, or if you have questions, you're welcome to ask me after the presentation or even outside of the board meeting for further follow-up. I wanted to just give a quick thank you to the Faculty Senate Campus Environment Committee and our Assistant Provost for Faculty Development, Dr. Jessica Stoll, for contributing to this, the process for the report. We actually don't do a whole lot of the work for running the survey, but we do a lot of the work on the communication pieces of it and organizing the materials. And so just wanted to make sure that they're acknowledged here at the beginning. You can go to the next slide. Just to give you an outline on what I'll talk about today. So I'll give you an overview of what Coach is. I'll talk about some of the comparative data that's included in the survey. And included in that are two pieces, which are the benchmark analysis and the thematic breakouts from the survey. And then give you some global views and overall summary of what the survey essentially tells us, and kind of what the next steps are for what we do with that information. Next slide. So the coach survey is it's very similar to our faculty morale survey that we run annually here through Faculty Senate. COACH stands for the Collaborative on Academic Careers in Higher Education, and it is a survey run by the Harvard Graduate School of Education. So like I said, we don't actually have to collect the data, we don't have to do the analysis, but we do all the communication pieces here within the institution and between Harvard and Radford University. One of the things that we like about doing Coach, and we actually do this every 3 years, is that Coach allows us to compare ourselves to other institutions within our cohort, which are around 85 institutions that are very similar to Radford, both in size and scope, demographics, etc. And it allows us to specifically choose from among that cohort 5 peer institutions that we want to directly compare ourselves with, to basically see where we fall in terms of those benchmarks, thematic breakouts, etc., and really to make ourselves more competitive at both recruiting and retaining faculty. So this is the data that are used, or that are collected, could really be used for enhancing our profile in terms of the quality and sort of the retention of those quality faculty. Next slide, please. So what we did for the current coach survey, so this was run last year. This is 2024, 2025 data we're looking at. The comparison institutions, so we picked our 5 schools, which were listed here on the screen, and these were chosen again based on our size, based on similarities in our student population, based on the scope of the institution, etc. And we actually had Faculty Senate as well as our ICE office kind of contribute to the selection of those 5 peers. We really wanted to think about this in terms of, our competing with other schools for the best quality faculty and who's going to be the best fit for an institution like Radford when we recruit new people. And so, while we have a lot of similarities to these, we really are thinking in terms of that, increasing or enhancing our competition, what can really make us a better competitor in that market. It does also allow us to sort of see what other institutions are kind of doing and how they're performing, and so that we can do some of those comparisons. You can get to the next slide, please. All right, so what I'm showing you here is our overall response rate. So this is when we deliver the survey, we never get 100% response rate. And based on some of the climate, we might get a better or worse response rate when we run the survey. So last time we had an elevated response rate, I think because of the climate of higher ed at the time and things that were going on at the institution. And this table is just showing you sort of the breakup or breakdown of what our overall versus the various ranks that are collected in those are captured in the survey data. On the right, you'll see how we compare to our peers, which is the first number, and then in parentheses is the cohorts. That's that 85 group of all the institutions that we're compared with. And so as you can see, our response rates are a little bit below our peer institutions and a little bit above the average with regards to the cohort. And that's going to vary based on the rank of faculty that are surveyed. So our non-tenured track faculty, which are our special purpose faculty, they have 93% response rates, which is relatively high compared to all numbers. And that also gives us a little bit of information, and we can sort of dig deeper into that and think about why that might be. So those response rates are helpful to have. You can go to the next or click on the next button. And when we look at this, we can even break down the survey across each of the different divisions on campus within academic affairs. So looking at the various colleges, we can see, well, some colleges had lower response rates or higher response rates. And that allows us to go back and say, well, why might this college be having the lower response rates? And then the next time that we run the survey, we can say, well, we need to target these to try to get more faculty input on the survey when we run it. Next slide, please. So what you're going to see in the report, I'm not going to go over every detail of the report, but I am going to provide you sort of with the key to unlocking it and understanding what you're seeing. There is a lot of data in the report. And the way that the data are represented does take a little bit, or has a little bit of a learning curve. So what you'll see in the benchmark analysis is a figure that is like this. So those benchmark analysis questions are questions that are based on a Likert scale. So what that means is that faculty are answering questions within a certain theme based on a 0 to 5 or 1 to 5 scale ranking. And the way that those data will be reported are going to be shown here in this type of figure. With the colors, what you're seeing are in blue, you're looking at basically the top 30% across all the institutions in our cohort. The gray is kind of in that middle range. And then the bottom is that bottom 30% of the institutions in our cohort. So that's what the little colored bars represent. And then the symbols that you see represent our peer institutions that we selected. We self-selected those 5. Those are in the circles. And our diamond is where Radford sits among those peers. The black bar that you see is where our benchmark is. And what the benchmark is our score in the previous coach survey. So this figure tells us a lot of information, or these figures will tell us a lot of information based on our previous scores and based on where we sit within the peer institutions, how far away we are from those peer institutions. So the distance between the circle and the diamond is an important bit of information. And then also where we sit within the cohort. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the type of figure that you will see in your full report. I'm not going to go over every bar on this graph. That would be beyond the flyover view that I'm supposed to give you. But what I do want you to see is that there are some areas where, in a lot of areas, that we actually fit right smack in the middle of our peer institutions. In fact, it's kind of interesting in some of the areas where we are equidistant between the top and the bottom of our peer institutions, right smack in the middle. There are some areas such as our promotion to full, our department collegiality, that we rank above our peer institutions, and we're at the very highest, almost at the very tip of the entire cohort in some of those areas. And then we can also see areas like our nature of work, our nature of work service, research, and teaching, where we rank relatively low within our peer institutions. In some cases, we're kind of in the middle of the cohort, and in the case of like our teaching, we're at kind of the middle to low area of the cohort for teaching. So again, that graph, and this is in the board materials. As you look at this in a little more detail, just sort of giving you sort of the key to interpreting what those data are telling you, and where you might want to generate some follow-up questions, maybe even between now and the next board meeting. These data are also used, they're really for the chief academic officer and the administration of the institution. So the board doesn't necessarily, these aren't action items that are requested of the board, but they are provided to you just so that you can see sort of what we're seeing in this. Next slide, please. The next section are the thematic breakouts, and these are essentially with those questions on the Likert scale. We can sort of look at then the qualitative data and sort of get into why we might rank a certain area as low or high on that Likert rating. And the way that you read these graphs, so they're like two halves of a pie chart. What you see on the left side of the pie is going to be your peer institutions, those self-selected 5 peer institutions. And on the right side, you're going to see the cohort institutions. If you are at the top of the pie and you have a blue color, then those are where you are at that top 30% of your peers or above your cohort. And then if you are a gray sort of middle slice of the pie, you're in the middle. And then if you're a red at the bottom of the pie, you are at the bottom of the cohort. So it does give us the mean value, but it also gives us the overall cohort and peer, or overall relative to the cohort and peer. So that's something like a mean of not 2.94, where some of us might go, well, that seems a little bit low. Relative to our cohort and peer, it's actually right on par with where we're kind of in the middle. So just to kind of give you the interpretation of that. All of the thematic breakouts allow us to look at those faculty rankings. We can look at gender. We can look at other demographic data that are reported in the survey. I'm just giving you it based on the rankings for the purpose of this presentation, but you'll see in your executive summary that there are additional areas that are looked at. Next slide, please. Okay, so in looking at a thematic breakout, again, I'm not going to go through every detail of the table, but you can see that some of our areas, such as the time spent on research under this nature of work research, we rank low both within our peer and within our overall cohort. There are areas such as engaging undergrads in research. This area is an area that we already do well as an institution. We put a lot of support behind that as an institution, and we rank we rank at the top of our cohort and at the top of our peers in that area. The availability of course release for research. So we again, that's an area where we see concerns because we rank both low within our peer cohort, within our peer institutions and our cohort. So this could tell us a little bit something about how research is done at Radford. We put a lot of emphasis on research for undergraduates, but maybe we need some more areas of support that aren't just monetary support for like supplies, but they might actually be things like course release time. Next slide. Same kind of thing with service. We can break out different areas of faculty service. We can look at the time spent on service, the support for faculty and leadership roles. And we can see that there are some areas where within the cohort, I would actually say a lot of these areas within the cohort were right on par. Whereas if we are looking at within the peer institutions, we rank below our peers in a lot of the areas around service. All right, next slide, please. Similarly with teaching, this is an area of concern for basically every coach survey. Every institution that reports has people think they teach too much and maybe aren't compensated well enough. But even within the cohort and within our peer institutions, there are a lot of areas where the nature of our work and teaching is ranked below, or we fall below on both of those. Next slide, please. And I think that this graphic kind of might demonstrate some of the sources of problems. Is it may not be just the absolutes, the actual things that are identified in teaching, service, and research, but maybe it's that balance. And if you look at the ability to balance the teaching, research, and service, those are areas of almost across every rank of faculty where we see a need for improvement in that area. And these are things that might inform us about having actions internally that we may need to do some improvements with in how to better equip our faculty to be able to do all of the things that we need to do as a part of our job. Next slide, please. I'll go through these a little bit more quickly. So we have areas like work resources and facility support, similar type of graphics here. I'm not going to highlight any of the areas there. I just wanted to show you that that area. So next slide. Cross-silo work and mentorship. So thinking about things like how does faculty mentorship look like at the institution? Do we think it's actually good within the departments, across departments? And how might that be reflected in how faculty feel about this? This just gives us some information about interdisciplinary work. Interdisciplinary work has actually become a much more of a focus. Even on some funding agencies, they're now looking for more interdisciplinary grants. And so this is actually a field that's worth digging into a little more deeply to see how we as an institution can improve the nature of that interdisciplinary work among faculty. And as you can see, we do a lot of things well here, and there are a few areas of improvement there. Next slide, please. So similarly, collaboration and mentoring. I'm not going to dwell on these, again, because you have the information in front of you, but I just wanted to show you the types of areas that we can see there. So next slide, please. And then we can look at faculty's perceptions of leadership. This is not a job performance summary. So I do tell faculty they're not rating their administrators here. They're not given that ability to, but this is our perceptions on things like pace of decision making within senior leadership, within our divisional leadership. So looking at the level of satisfaction or perception among our college leadership. Looking at it within the departments, looking at it within faculty leadership. So this is where I read and I go, okay, well, faculty senate may need to make improvements about how we do things, such as the pace of decision making, to better reflect our faculty and to meet the needs of faculty in a more in a better manner. You notice that departmental leadership and the CAO leadership, those are areas that we can see a lot of areas of improvement, both within and across the different faculty rankings. And these are things that like I said, we can work with the administration on. And this just helps us to identify specific areas where we might need to target moving forward. Next slide, please. So overall summary of this, our key strengths from the survey that we've pulled out are department collegiality. These are things that we rank very, very highly on departmental engagement. Our faculty feel that we have great health and retirement benefits. So we have no need for improvement there. Specifically, our divisional leadership we think is actually quite good, and our promotion to full professor is that area we ranked higher than our peers and our cohorts on. Next slide, please. And what I did for the next slide is just to show you the best and worst aspects. So this actually, the coach survey does this for us, is that they give us this ranking of the best and worst aspects. And basically the top 5 are kind of highlighted in red in the report. I included, I think, the top 7 or 8 of these things, just so that you can see sort of how these are laid out. We really think that we have great colleagues here. We have very supportive colleagues. Faculty love the geographic location. We think that Radford right now is doing a good job with academic freedom, and this was a topic that we talked about yesterday with the executive council. On the worst aspect side, and this is not just a Radford specific thing, but faculty generally think that faculty compensation and load are 2 of the areas that need the most improvement. Within the Radford group, we do feel like there are too many or too much service requirements or assignments, and that the overall clarity of those assignments is not or could be improved. And the quality of leadership continue. We made a lot of strides. If you look at the 2022 data, we're well above our benchmark in these areas, but we do feel like there are some pieces of leadership where we could make improvements to give our faculty a better experience. And that's right on par with like the quality of leadership or quality of our undergraduate students as well. Next slide, please. And then finally, the how to improve. So there are questions in the coach survey that basically asks faculty what do you think are some areas that are some things we could do to give you a better experience here to retain you. And so I'll just highlight a couple of things. So culture and facilities and work resources, improving culture and facilities and work resources are things that they think like could enhance our current experience as well as make us a little bit more attractive. Really, that area of nature of work teaching, so our teaching load, we are trying to work towards being able to better balance our teaching and research loads, and that's an area that we're going to have to continue to work with the administration on at all levels to try to give us a better experience and basically ensure that ensure that a 18 to 1 student to teaching load is actually shared pretty equitably across campus. So I know that's the average right now, but there's a lot of faculty that are still teaching 50 plus students per section, and there's some areas that we could ways that we could improve that. Next slide, please. So our next steps, we do communicate this through campus. You're not the first, well, you are the first people to actually receive this type of presentation. So the board gets the privilege of that this time, but we do some campus-wide communications. We dig a little bit deeper into some of those thematic breakouts and have a better discussion or more robust discussion. I think what we'll do is work with the administration to identify those key areas of improvement and think about ways that we can tangibly enhance the faculty experience and make us more competitive at both recruiting and retaining faculty. And I think that one of the things that we've kind of seen over the course of the last few years, at least since the last survey, is having a model of distributed leadership that would include more faculty input in decision making. We are making great strides in that already, but it is an area that I think we could continue to improve on. And then those areas of strength that we have, we are a really resilient campus. We've proven that over and over again. I think that if we can find those areas that we have made us so resilient and continue to reinforce those so that we can weather the academic landscape moving forward. Next slide, please. So with that, I know that I took a little bit more time than I planned. So if there is time for questions, I'm happy to answer any questions now. But again, this is a conversation that we will likely go on for a while. And I do welcome those even outside of a board meeting. So
Thank you, Matt. Any questions or comments? Again, if you are on the Zoom, I can't see everybody, so please feel free to speak up.
I'd ask just one question of Matt. Matt, when we looked at the beginning of the report, it mentions that the total responses we received are 44%. Sometimes in surveys of this nature, you find that those that are more unhappy or uncomfortable tend to respond with a higher rate than those are sort of happy and satisfied. So does this company or is that taken into account as you sort of process how it impacts the whole faculty?
absolutely. We can't go in and see individual, who responded. And that's kind of why the coach is great too, because it is completely out of our hands and Harvard takes care of it. But what we can infer from it, so for instance, if we sort of know that workload issues are really high in a certain college or even beyond that, and maybe at a department level, we can go in and work with those or target those areas where we see a very low response rate and say, did you not respond because you are pleased with how things are in the college, or did you not respond because you don't feel like your voice is being heard? Or that you're not, we actually have faculty that won't respond to these because they're afraid that they somehow will be targeted, even though the data cannot be shared. They're very protected. But I think, so while we can't go in and identify individual and say, hey, why was it that you didn't or did respond, we can sort of infer those things and work to improve it over time. We had a much higher response rate last time, I think, because a lot of people were unhappy in 2022 when we ran this last time. So.
Great. Thanks, Matt. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Betty Jo Foster, at this time, I'll invite you to give a report from the Academic Excellence and Student Success Committee.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Matt, for that, presenting that to us. That's very meaningful. We had a great report from our Academic Excellence and Student Services Committee yesterday, highlighting some wonderful things that are happening, some improvements, some great statistics on how our students are doing. And so I'll share some of that. We'd like for these to come out in our minutes, even though it's a little more detailed than I like, just so that we have a history of that. And as the public perhaps may want to read these minutes, they see the great things happening. So we started off with Provost Usher beginning by giving us a sample. There are a lot of points of pride in academic affairs this year, but I'll give you just some highlights there. One, the College of Education and Human Development's Doctor of Education program winning the Carnegie Program of the Year, something for us to be proud of. And also the support for student success and experiential learning. We learned there was a 95% attendance at Quest. How great is that? And we have the largest Wicked Fest ever with 735 students participating from all the colleges. Also, the leadership there in the Virginia government simulation. I won't go into details. The health education outreach, the Rad Talk Symposium, arts in the community, teaching with AI, and the Tartan Transfer Summit. All points of pride that we can talk about as we meet with students and parents throughout our regions. Also, Academic Affairs has made great progress in the two-year strategic plan, things involving improving academic programming and stabilizing resources and in stabilizing enrollment. A few significant accomplishments there is adopting the new Gen Ed program, which will be implemented in 2027. Noting that 81% of the graduating students complete at least one high-impact experiential learning activity. I think that's always a point of pride for us to talk about. The integration of civil discourse into the fabric of the institution, including the common grounds conversations that have been had, the annual speakers, and we also had 2 Wake Forest Educating Character Grants that established what we call the Center for Character and Public Impact. There have been some shifts in academic programs, which you'll hear about a little bit later with our resolution, so we'll talk about that. Restructuring the academic affairs leadership team, we're almost there. Improved transfer pathways published from 0 to 82. How great is that? The improved pass rates in the 100 and 200 level courses, the improved first time in college retention, and as Matt mentioned, the average now with 18 to 1 to faculty student ratio there. And again, I know there's some work I had thought about being the average, but there's some areas that we may need to work on. But overall, to say that we have, a faculty member with a ratio of 18 students is great. The retention and graduation trending much better over the last 5 years. And Academic Affairs has been also deeply involved in the development of the strategic plan that you heard today. Some top priorities there, 6 of them for academic area, is increasing experiential learning, fostering additional multidisciplinary research collaborations, leading Southwest and Southside Virginia in supporting healthy communities, and producing healthcare talent for them, developing Radford online academic strategy and portfolio, developing an intentional streamlined curricula portfolio, and supporting the faculty work life. And we hear a lot about, which is impressive to me, the culture of care. Academic Affairs is planning for the expansion of a healthcare mission, which includes a new mobile health clinic, hiring a new assistant vice president for health sciences, and developing a center for rural health, not to replace anything that's already in place in our region, but just to supplement and support it. Also, Academic Affairs is being responsive to student and community needs and to SHEV's, of course, potential program productivity review. And that's where we're working with the curriculum life cycle process and that committee. As I mentioned, the academic team leadership is almost complete as searches are wrapping up for the College of Humanities and Behavioral Sciences Dean, the AVP for Health Sciences, and the AVP for Radford Online. And I'm going to slaughter this woman's name, I know, but Ajita Manzazade, I meant to ask Bethany how to pronounce that, was recently hired in the fall as the Assistant Provost for Graduate Affairs, which completes pretty much the restructuring of this area. We have 4 curricular items for the Board of Visitors approval today, and they're your attachments A, B, C, and D. We'll have 2 different resolutions to present to the board. First is attachment A, which is the resolution to discontinue the BS degree in biomedical sciences. And this is due to the overlap with the biology curriculum. This recommendation comes from our committee to the board today for approval. Would you like to do that as I move through, Tyler?
Yes, let's take them up individually as you go through those. Do I hear a motion to approve that resolution to discontinue? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That resolution is adopted. Dr. Foster?
Okay. Thank you. And the next one we'll combine B, C, and D because they're so closely related. It would be better to do it that way. As you know, the Department of Geospatial and Earth Sciences was approved as a merger last year, and that was due to slightly below benchmarks in the BS in geology and the BS in geospatial sciences programs. And so therefore the department is proposing a merger into one consolidated major. So our resolution is to create a BS degree in geospatial and earth sciences, which would require us to discontinue the BA/BS program in geology and to discontinue the BA/BS program in geospatial sciences and have that one BS created in combined geospatial and earth sciences. So we bring that resolution to you as approved by our committee yesterday.
Do I hear a motion to approve that resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is adopted.
Thank you very much. I want to commend Dr. Usher and her staff and all the faculty for the excellent work they do and the progress we saw in all these areas I've mentioned in much more detail in your packet. I'd also like to thank Dr. Close, the faculty rep to the board, for his presentation yesterday. Very briefly, he talked about the gen ed implementation process and the timeline with, again, the full launch in 2027. He talked to us about the AI core team and the recommendation of 2 AI task forces as a result of that. As mentioned today by him, we've heard the results of the coach report. He also talked to us about the University Internal Governance Review Committee, which is a review of the shared governance documents and the processes. Talked a little bit about handbook updates, which we'll table and talk about further into our year, and also giving us support from the curriculum committees for what we just approved. So again, thank you, Dr. Close, for your report and also the work you do with faculty and your leadership there. And I'd like to thank our committee in general. You have such great questions, input, insight. We have great, robust discussions, and I appreciate that. It tells me we're reading the materials, we're involved, we care, and we have a great Academic Excellence and Student Services Committee. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Betty Jo, Matt, Bethany, and all members of the Academic Affairs Division. Appreciate your work. Ms. Jeannie Armentrout, report of the Business Affairs and Audit Committee.
Thank you, Rector Lester. Hello, everybody.
the Business Affairs and Audit Committee met yesterday, and it was pretty standard reports this time, not a lot of things that we needed to act upon, but we will have an action item at the end. Our university auditor, Mrs. Margaret McManus, provided the following reports. She gave an oral report on the quarterly review of the university discretionary fund. She gave a report on the FY 2025 change in petty cash funds, a payroll review, and the status of all of the quarterly follow-up audits that we're monitoring. Also, her team has developed an internal audit strategy. This is developed because of best practice in the audit industry. Rob Hoover, Vice President for Finance Administration, gave us a financial picture and overview, talked about how the budget will be built for FY 2027, what considerations are we looking at, and what guardrails are in place. He also talked about fiscal year 27 priorities and gave us an update on Roanoke Academic Health Sciences Center. We were joined by Barry Schmidt of Cap Trust, who gave us an overview of one of the retirement plans that are in play and what strategies and changes are being made by Cap Trust. Our Director of Compliance and her team have been hard at work revising the discrimination and harassment policy. We're doing this for a couple of reasons, but they went out and benchmarked other universities to see what they had in place, but also primarily to meet state requirements so that we're in compliance. This is actually an action item that our committee approved yesterday, and we want to move forward for board approval on the revised discrimination and harassment policy.
Do I hear a motion to approve the discrimination and harassment policy update?
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
And that completes our report. And thank you, Rector Lester.
Thank you so much, Jeannie and Rob, Margaret, for all of your teams and all that you do. Enrollment Management and Brand Equity Committee update, Vice Rector Gilbert.
Thank you, Rector Lester. Our committee wrapped up the year with data that the university truly can be proud of. And as is tradition, the president has already gone over some of this in his report. But it is good news. We started with Dr. David Perryman, who shared the finalized university communications plan. As you may recall, this was a top priority for the board. And it's been many, many months in the making. A lot of hands have gone into this, a lot of hard work. Major goals include strategic focus, awareness and engagement, reputation, and brand equity. The communications plan really came to life alongside the university's 6-year strategic plan. So now goals of the two plans are aligned in lockstep, and will they will just work together seamlessly. Now Dr. Perryman and his team are busy working on the launch of the university's strategic plan, using that communications plan with laser focus on communications and marketing. And I have to say, I vote for Drs. Joyner and Hepburn to have those pom-poms. I think that would be great on kickoff, but I may get overruled. I don't know. This is going to be a great tool to help students, prospective students, faculty, and staff find their place at Radford. And I'm just so pleased at how it's come together. Next in our committee, Dr. Danette Gomez-Bean shared the fruit of the secret sauce that she and her team have deployed over the past 2 years. Goals have been exceeded, including enrollment stabilization, a record number of visitors coming to campus, high academic standards being maintained, and improved transfer pathways to Radford. And it was so nice to see in other committees yesterday and learn more about our improved and growing relations with our wonderful community college system. Going forward, the board, the administration, and the university all agree that enrollment sustainability is the goal, using this fall's student body of 7,812 students as the baseline. Given the national headwinds in college enrollment, this echoes the clear-eyed approach that this board and this administration have taken towards enrollment over the past 4 years. The Radford Tuition Promise, which allows students with certain economic markers to attend Radford tuition free, will continue over the coming 6 years. Moving forward, the university will be growing its nursing program to a great benefit to the Commonwealth, along with other health sciences at our Roanoke campus. And the university, as the president mentioned, is also looking at new ways to attract students, including a robust increase in club sports and a pep band. And if that wasn't exciting enough, there will be some scholarship money to go along with those additions, which is very exciting. And I think as some of us remarked at the basketball games over the past few evenings, that having a band in there would be a nice addition. So that's very exciting. And I just want to commend Dr. Gomez-Bean and Dr. Perryman and their teams for all of the great work that they've done over the past few years. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Jennifer. The External Engagement Committee, Ms. Betsy Beamer.
Thank you, Rector Lester. We had a meeting yesterday with several good reports. Dr. Joyner updated us on the initiatives that have come out of the Joint Commission with Radford City. A lot of collaborative things going on there. Student research on homelessness with the city's Homeless Outreach Task Force. Acronym is HOT. East Main Street Corridor revitalization, a bike trail connecting Tyler Avenue to Bissett Park, and an amphitheater project. Also, there are projects underway with both the town of Pulaski and the county of Pulaski. An update on the hub, it continues thriving with 35 co-work memberships. The hub is there to be filled, and Dr. Joyner and her colleagues are filling it. We've had a Radford City Chamber Business Over Breakfast event there, Regional Commission Annual Dinner Workshop, just a lot of good use of that space. And it just further is the really brick and mortar footprint of the collaboration that we have with the community. And then Adventure Works is an outdoor summit hosted at Radford University that celebrates our designation as the Blue Ridge Outdoor Magazine's top advanced adventure college. Also, there was an emerging technology conference that we've reported on at different meetings. Regionally, it drew significant interest. And we had over 30 Radford University students, staff, and faculty attending the conference. And we had a lot of seats on a lot of those panels. So are very pleased and proud about that. Moving on to our advancement and Vice President Penny White. We took time at the meeting yesterday to go through again what the priorities are, to update that fiscal year 26 fundraising is off to a very strong start as of the end of October. We had 4.3 million raised toward our 6 million annual goal. Homecoming, always very successful, a lot of fun events around that, a lot of good participation. If you remember at the last meeting, we talked about the athletics feasibility study, not a lot detail to update on that right now, but it has progressed into the architectural and engineering phase. So we'll have a little bit more information on that coming up. Hunter Gresham joined us yesterday. She's the Senior Director of Advancement Communications and Donor Relations to really go through and thread the needle between the importance of donor retention, recruitment, and communicating. The University Magazine is now on track to be published twice yearly and the third Tuesday of every month. If you have an email, you should be getting the Wayfarer electronic newsletters. We have some newly established donor societies, the Red Brick Society, the New River Society, Society of 1910, which is our planned giving, Moffett Circle, McConnell Circle, and the Tartan Fellows. And then I can't believe that the president lets me get to say what happened with Highlander Giving Day. But what a wonderful fundraising day that was, of one day, 9 hours and 10 minutes. It raised $83,885 from 424 donors. That is a 60% increase in dollars compared to last year, 30% increase in donors compared to last year. Very high participation by faculty and staff. And so kudos to that. Almost a 65% increase in alumni participation. And then we're so grateful for $35,000 in challenges and matching gifts. There were a lot of hands and hearts and pockets that made this success doable and reachable. So thanks to all that participated in that. And I know we all do it, but it's important for us all to do it, to commend the staff of Dr. Joyner, Vice President White, of all the people that put something into the special sauce that makes things work so well here. It's a lot of work. It's going always above and beyond the call. And just kudos to everyone for that. And that concludes my report.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Betsy, Penny, and Angela. Mr. David Smith, Student Affairs and Athletics Committee.
Thank you, Rector Lester. So we'll start with Student Affairs, and in particular, Student Government Association, where Owen Starr, the SGA president, reported significant progress yesterday toward his membership goals and really had a fantastic report with a focus on fully staffing representative positions. As a result of targeted outreach and recruitment, SGA now has 45 active members, up from 12. All cabinet roles filled and all class-specific Senate seats fully occupied. The SGA Senate continued its work to ensure student voices are heard across the institution. Outcomes included administering the What Do You Want Wednesday survey initiative, expanding outreach at Radford University Carilion, RUC, and meeting individually with students to address their priorities and concerns. The SGA cabinet concentrated on increasing student engagement and school spirit. Key accomplishments included coordinating transportation for students to attend athletic events and implementing a series of engagement-focused programs and initiatives. After that report, Dr. Tragerson with Student Affairs, the VP, provided an overview of ongoing work across the division and progress toward established two-year goals, sharing that targets for goals related to expansion of outdoor experiences, well-being, student employment, and student engagement. She also shared a highlight video with someone we know very closely, showcasing the second annual Tartan 5K. Participation increased from 124 registrations in 2024 to 150 in 2025. All participants reported having a great time. Planning is already underway for year 3 that will take place on Friday, September 18th, 2026, which ironically is the second day of our board meeting a year from now. Dr. Tragerson emphasized the division's commitment to fostering a culture of care for both students and staff. Programs such as Fresh Check Day advance mental health awareness, well-being, and connection across campus. The Impacted Connected Communities, a new unit launched in June of 2025, is making to cultivate opportunities for all Highlanders to thrive was shared. Operating under the guided message, Come As You Are, the unit focuses on belonging, identity development, and student support. Connected Communities celebrated National First Gen Week with events designed to honor first-generation students and their allies. The week concluded with Courage to Rise, a joint program with the Military Resource Center to open Veterans Appreciation Week, recognizing that 62% of Radford University affiliated military students are first generation. The unit also offers a laptop loaner program to provide critical academic support to students with limited technology access or an emergent need. Connected Communities is developing targeted program interventions, strengthening communication strategies, and hiring transfer and commuter students as part-time staff to help actualize this vision. This effort also supports Student Affairs' commitment to expanding student employment opportunities. Connected Communities also serves a welcoming environment where students can gather, study, and build community. Both connected community locations, Heath and Trinkle Halls, have seen increased student presence throughout the day, along with significant growth in space reservations for student organization meetings, events, gatherings, including those hosted by faith-based groups. Dr. Tragus also recognized the intentional and hard work of Dr. Shannon Shastri, Director, and Dr. Christy Wilson, Associate Director, for the early success of these connected communities. Dr. Tragus closed her report yesterday by mentioning strong early semester engagement across student affairs programming. Within the first 4 weeks, 97% of first-time students engaged in at least one student affairs initiative, while 87% of new transfer students engaged during the same period. Well done, Dr. Tragus, and congratulations to you and your team for all their incredible work. Certainly, Lord, will continue to help support you in that realm. As we transition over to athletics, Deputy AD Corey Duran went over some of the highlights for athletics in the fall, led by softball stadium renovations. This new AstroTurf artificial softball field is now complete, thanks to the Artist family for their generous donation. The last two items on the project list to be completed is the new video board by Fairplay that will be installed early January, and the new padded walls along the entire sides and outfield of the stadium will be set for the grand opening by the time the team starts playing at home in early March. In the area of competitive excellence, women's soccer has claimed their 7th Big South regular season title in program history, all under the head coach Ben Sarabi. The program came up short in the Big South tournament with an unexpected loss in its semifinals. However, the program earned additional postseason accolades, including Best Big South Midfielder of the Year, Lily Short, among other accomplishments by our incredible team. Congratulations to those ladies. 6 received all Big South All-Conference honors. Men's cross country finished 5th overall, with Hyatt Khan receiving the Big South Scholar Athlete of the Year. Women's cross country finished 3rd overall, with Delaney Eller receiving Big South Newcomer of the Year. Volleyball finished their regular season 6th overall, with a semifinal appearance in the Big South tournament. And men's soccer finished 6th overall in the Big South. Chris Barrett with men's soccer resigned as head coach for men's soccer. They're currently in a national search to find a new leader of that program. As we now transition from fall into what we call winter sports, men's basketball is currently sitting at 3-7 overall record. They have a long home stretch of games in the month of December against St. Francis, Coppin State, VMI, and Shenandoah. Women's basketball currently sits at 6 wins and 5 losses overall, with Ohio, Concord, Hampton, and Virginia Tech remaining on their non-conference schedule. Coach Mike McGuire now has the most wins by any basketball coach in Radford history, men's or women's. Congratulations, Coach McGuire. For those of us that had an opportunity to go take on those games this week, you can certainly understand the energy that those young ladies and men are playing with. And so we certainly appreciate that and want to continue to support that. And as I conclude with important dates and initiatives upcoming for athletics, Basketball Alumni Weekend is January 24th. That's also coincides with the Alumni Volunteer Summit and the basketball doubleheader that weekend. The Rad 48 is the big gift donation period that'll be going on February 3rd through 5th. And the Big South Tournament will be happening for basketball March 4th through 8th in Johnson City, Tennessee. And finally, we as a committee, we thank Dr. Tragus and Robert Lindenberg and their teams and staff, all their leadership, and all that they do to help Radford University continue to thrive. Rector Lester, that concludes my report.
Thank you, David. Mr. George Mendiola, report on the Radford University Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. You should have received an email from Ryan that has the chart that I'm going to present. Those of you here would have received a hard copy in your notebook. I just want to quickly report that for the 3 months ending September 30th, which is the first quarter of the foundation fiscal year, we've seen a 3% growth in combination of investments and contributions. The chart you'll see shows you the performance over the previous years. So we continue to see the foundation grow, which will eventually provide more opportunities for scholarships and university support on other areas. So that's as long as I guess the stock market continues to grow, we'll see favorability as well as all the gifts from our many supporters. The audit committee is meeting next week. So the board does have a seat on that audit committee. So I'll be participating in that session, and then there'll be a foundation board meeting in 2 weeks. So I'll have more to report at the March meeting, but overall, it's been great sitting with the foundation team and getting to know Derek and seeing his vision start coming together. So looking forward to continuing that in my remaining 6 months on the board.
Thank you, George. That completes committee reports. At this time, we'll proceed to report from the executive committee. We have 2 action items that we will vote on momentarily, but first we'll have discussion about the feedback we received on proposed changes to the bylaws. To set the context for everyone, we engaged in this discussion at first at the retreat back in July when I asked members to please take a look at the bylaws, all of our governance documents. I think it's good to dust those off every few years just to make sure that we do a check with ourselves and we're abiding by best governance practices. So that was the impetus for that. And we received quite healthy feedback, which I was very appreciative for. And I think George, Dale, Jennifer, and Betty Jo, all of those folks submitted comments, which I will ask them to kind of report out and summarize their proposed amendments. I would ask so that we can try to get back on schedule, that we take no more than 5 minutes each person to summarize those amendments. I will ask Susan if she would. There were a couple of the proposals that there were some issues with legally. Some certain sections of our bylaws are dictated pretty much directly by state code. So there are some things that we are not able to change, specifically with regard to the electronic meetings proposal. But Susan is here in the room and will be on deck if anyone has more specific questions. But we will table those items that pose legal issues. So at this time, George, if you want to kind of just start, take about 5 minutes to do a summary of your proposed amendments. And I will note, because of the format today, we will not be taking any votes on these. The purpose is for each member to have an opportunity to present their proposed changes, and then we'll have initial discussion. And then what we would do is come back in March and ultimately take a vote on any items that we decide to move forward with. So with that, George, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. So thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to share with you my proposal. This is essentially my, I guess, master's thesis, and I'm presenting it to the board, having served almost 4 years, and my experience, as well as taking the action to just independently take a look at the bylaws. I did it's included in the executive committee report and the appendix. I think it's page 107 where my proposal begins. It is quite lengthy, and it was hard to present because sometimes it's easier on PowerPoint, believe it or not, than it is to document it. But not being a member in the executive committee, I felt that my words had to stand on its own. And I did a good format there to try to lay out what is a ideal practice, what Radford should do, my analysis, both my position and then my research, looking at all the institutions' bylaws, with the exception of UVA-Wise and Richard Bland, and then putting recommendations together, including red lines that would be associated with it. So I tried to be very specific. I think it took me about maybe 75 hours altogether over a 2-month period. So I should probably get 3 credit hours out of that, Mr. President. But the focus really goes, I went back to 2022 when I joined the board. As we embark here on board governance being a major topic of discussion with the incoming governor and reforms that are likely coming, I think back to what it was like to be the first appointment under the outgoing governor, and my experiences and how that experience translated into my participation as an active board member. So I focused that primarily in developing my recommendations to ensure that it was sound, because sometimes perception is just perception and it could just be you. And so I was very happy to have comparative information to support my position, and that's what got laid out. So there are 5 items that were recommended. One was just realigning the structure of the bylaws. I don't know if it's been this way since Radford was founded to just have 3 articles, but when you compare it to other institutions, articles really are major sections. And one of the things, since we're talking virtual meetings, there's no article for meetings to even express what meetings are. It's really embedded in the bylaws, so you have to understand the construct to go reference it. And so my recommendation is really just adopting a very simple practice to make some of the sections articles and make a easy flow. The next one, and this is personal to me, back in 2000, when I was a student government president, and our first RU Advocacy Day was myself and 2 SGA vice presidents. I was a student government president. We went and we were part of the other institutions who were lobbying for statutes, a statute to be passed to put a non-voting student member on the Board of Visitors. It was not passed until 2002. I was then no longer a student, but it remained very important to me back then, and it still is important to me today, that the Student Government Association president should be the individual that represents the students. My recommendations particularly targets the fact that they are actively involved in internal governance. They are appointing students there. They have 45 students that they can reference. And while I'm certainly, Danika's done a great job and our previous participants, it's a scalability issue. How do you really get a lot of student feedback when you have Board of Visitors that comes in once a quarter? And how do you make that productive? And so I'm asking the board to consider designating the student representative as the SGA president. Plus, on our annual board meetings, it'll make it go a little faster because we don't have to do interviews and everything else. So the next one, next 2 actually, one is to reform the executive committee construct, and then to also extend the terms for the rector and the vice rector to 2 years from 1 year. These 2 are somewhat related, and my experience in 2022 when I came on board was that I did feel stifled as a new member of the board. Had no access to information. Whenever I had to ask information that was put in a board meeting years ago, just to get it easy, I had to go through multiple channels just to get that. And as a member of the board materials should be easily accessible to me as a board member, not having to go through a bureaucracy. And I get it. I was a new member. Everybody else had been on the board. Many of them were serving their second terms. So I was really the junior guy on the team. So I understood it, but as we look to the next board members coming in, they're going to likely feel the same thing. How do I get access to that information, and how, from a governance standpoint, that works? And so the experience was, okay, I had to work with the rector. And as time went on, it was clear that then I learned that the rector appoints all the committee members. They appoint all the committee chairs. All the committee chairs sit on the executive committee. The executive committee approves governance, initial governance changes. And at the end of the day, it's hard to express yourself. So when we talk about inclusivity, it just felt like I was coming in without any support from the institution. I really just had to allow time to work and develop relationships to be able to better understand things. And I feel that as the next round of members come in, they should feel that they're part of the organization. And so the changes in the executive committee would be that the rector and the vice rector will continue to remain. We would remove the previous rector from the executive committee, and then the board itself select their executive committee representatives, 3 of them. They could be the committee chairs, but at the end of the day, the board should be able to vote for their individuals to represent them, because the most important thing that I'm learning now with looking at what's happening at George Mason University, where their bylaws says quorum is 8 board members and they only have 7 confirmed by the Senate, they can't even have a board meeting. The executive committee has been functioning in that role, and even that the Senate leader has challenged it. So it's clear that the executive committee is very critical, especially in times where there are not enough members on the board or things like that. And so I wanted to be able to expose or express the fact that the general board members, including folks like myself, can elect someone to represent me on those time-sensitive executive committee actions that I might not otherwise be able to participate. And I'm speaking from that saying, I've never been a committee chair this whole, my 3 years in my term. I've always been behind the scenes, and it's a missed opportunity to influence it. So I really appreciate this, Mr. Rector, to actually now have a voice and be able to say, as I'm leaving, for better governance in the future, folks that are not going to serve in committee positions have that opportunity. For the length of the term of the rector, there was some changes to the nominating committee as well. I noted there because as I went through that process where the rector selects the chairs, so basically selects the executive committee, the rector also selects the nominating committee. And the purpose of the nominating committee is to put forward candidates for the next round. And it's very easy from governance and a transparency perspective to see that the rector is really functioning like the chairman of a corporate entity. This is their, they really control the entire leadership and decision-making. While every board member can vote independently and they all have their own position on things, it really puts a lot of trust that it's going to be done independently. But just on paper, it looks like there is a complete control of power that a rector can have. And at the end of the day, when you look at the statute and what the rector is supposed to do, they're supposed to facilitate. They're supposed to ensure good governance, not control the full life cycle of the decision-making process. At least that's why I offered that change. And then the last one, and this is just a clarification from the executive committee's meeting, I am proposing that we create the secretary of the board, not a secretary to the board. This recommendation I have is not a board member, but is a university employee that the president would nominate to the rector, and then the rector would bring for approval to the board. They would have a 4-year term, and they will act as an officer of the board, just not a member of the Board of Visitors. Institutions, so the Code of Virginia is very different, treats every institution differently. There are some institutions where the code is very clear, thou shalt have a secretary. There are other institutions that it's silent, like Radford, like James Madison. Christopher Newport, it requires a secretary. UVA, it requires a secretary. And so why is that important? I looked at UVA and I looked at Christopher Newport and the role of their secretary. So first, they're the ones responsible for giving access to all board materials, right? So that very first issue I had when I joined, that secretary would be able to provide access to that information. And there would be a library, right? But the next thing is they, as an officer, they can certify actions of the board. Right now, the two officers of the board is the rector and the vice rector. So from a legality standpoint, if we were ever to do anything that would prompt litigation and they would say, did the board do it? It would have to come with the signature of the rector or the vice rector. And given how we only were visitors, having a university employee appointed like James Madison does it, it gives the ability of the board to have someone who can actually facilitate those legal transactions that might occur over time. But it gives the board someone, a university employee, to be able to facilitate that. Because right now, if you look at the university employee section, we don't even talk about a secretary. So when you look at what we've had in place before, it was the secretary to the board, not the secretary of the board. And I guess from a legal standpoint, there's a difference between to and of, because one represents some authority to represent the organization. So that is my recommendations. I'm sorry I exceeded the 5-minute limit, but this is, I'm very passionate and I love Radford. And while, at times my role here, I've felt stifled early on with the developing relationships I've had with other board members. I feel that I've been able to participate collaboratively. And, more importantly, the president and the vice presidents being accessible has made it easier to transition and be effective. Hopefully, everybody agrees I've been effective as a board member. But this was very passionate. This was very important to me, and I'm very passionate about it. And I felt as I'm going out, as my term comes to an end, if there's anything I want to leave with everybody, is that the experience I had, I'm sure the next board members are going to have. And it'd be great if we can find ways to untangle some of these things that have just been here so long and really create an environment where everybody has an opportunity to speak and to represent the people that put them in those positions, where the student government president, the rector, or even executive committee members, if my recommendations are accepted. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, George, and your passion is definitely evident in the work and the time that you took to put your proposals together, and really appreciate your attention to that. Dale?
Thank you, Rector Lester. I did not spend as much time as George did, but I will say that I do not deserve any credit, class credit for this, but I tried to look at the bylaws, and I put my changes in red line form. I did it in Word, I did it in PDF, and Ryan made those available for anyone to see. I took
I'm sorry to interrupt, Dale, but is your microphone on?
No, I think I shut it off. It's back on now. Or someone shut it off. That might be the case. In any event, the changes I put in red line are in PDF and Word. Ryan has them available for review. I looked at three different things. One, were there any editorial or punctuation changes that over time, as things are tweaked, sometimes those get omitted? I put those in. There are certain particular situations that I thought maybe we should consider, discuss, and address. And then there were some other areas that I thought, as a result of certain events the past year, needed to be addressed one way or another. So that was my approach. You will see if you go through the documents that Ryan has that there are some changes. As Rector Lester mentioned, some of the ones on the electronic communication, Susan has counseled that those would be in violation of certain statutes. And so those, I think, will be omitted from whatever draft she circulates. Really where I sort of focused was on the nominating committee. One of the things that I suggested, we had a nominating committee. It was chaired by David Smith. David's a man of great integrity, and I thought the way he ran the process was great. I had no concerns about what happened there. But as I think about long-term, who will be future heads of these committees, one of the things that the current bylaws provide is that the nominating committee is the one who makes the recommendation for rector. And so I tried to tweak it to make sure that while the nominating committee can review all nominations and it can make a recommendation, that all nominations should ultimately be submitted to the board so that the board can vote on the full slate of whoever was nominated. And so those changes that I put in there just reflect that, that the nominating committee can make recommendations, but all names should be submitted to the board. One of the other issues that we had relates to term. You all may recall that as we got towards the end of this past year, I think Rector Smith would have liked to have run again, but his term as a board member was coming up. And so we found ourselves in a situation where if we moved forward with elections too early, Rector Smith would not have been able to put his name in because his term was expiring. But if he was reappointed, he probably would have wanted to run. And so because of the crunch that happened just as a result of the governor's office not putting appointments out too early, we were forced to ask ourselves some questions, including what happens if we get to the end of Rector Smith's term, because the current bylaws provide that the rector remains rector until a new rector is elected, but he may not have been a board member. And so I just clarified in there that the rector remains rector until a new rector is elected and would be the leader. However, if his or her term expired, they would not necessarily be a voting member of the board, but they would remain in that leadership position until new appointments were given and a new rector was elected. I think it was a unique situation last year. It's unlikely it would happen again, and there may be other ways to handle it, but as a way to sort of spark the conversation, that was the change that I inserted. The last one I inserted, really substantive insert, had to do with the idea of the faculty representative. I think as currently written, it said that the faculty representative could serve no more than 2 consecutive terms. However, there's a possibility that the faculty senate president could be elected for more than 2 consecutive terms. And so I had inserted some language saying that they could not serve more than 2 consecutive terms unless authorized by the rector and affirmed by the board. Now, maybe that structure is not the right structure, but I think at the end of the day, what I was driving at is if the faculty senate wants to elect the president for more than 2 consecutive terms, we as a board should not limit their ability to serve in that role as a member of the board. And so there's probably lots of different ways we could word it, but the intent was to honor the faculty senate's request for who they wanted as their president. And I think the rest of it, again, was inserting a couple of words here and there. With that, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Dale. We'll go to Zoom now, and Vice Rector Gilbert, I'd start with you. I think you had submitted a proposal.
Thank you, Rector Lester. I had zoomed in on what Dale just mentioned about the Faculty Senate representative. I don't think that it's the Board of Visitors' role to be limiting the Faculty Senate's leader in terms of terms. There is a remedy where another representative would be chosen from the Faculty Senate to serve on the board. But again, I think that creates leadership confusion. And, you know, in my conversations with Dr. Close, you know, being the president of the Faculty Senate and the liaison non-voting member to the Board of Visitors, that kind of informs how he conducts himself. He knows that his communications are foreable and that sort of thing. And so anyway, I think that we should consider taking off the term limit restriction in our bylaws.
All right, thank you. And then finally, I think we had Betty Jo.
Yes, mine is exactly what Dale described when it talked about the election of the rector. We had a problem with that last year, and so I probably didn't express it real well or as it should be written, but that was my concern. What can we do about it? And so I support what Dale said in terms of the current rector would still keep that position, even though they may not vote until one is appointed by the governor. Now, I heard this morning in Lisa's presentation that the new governor, that's one of the things she plans to address, is to make those appointments earlier. So hopefully we'll never have that problem again. But in case we do, I think we do need to have something in there to address that.
Thank you. And yes, as we heard in Lisa's presentation earlier, you know, there could be a number of, depending on what the General Assembly and governor decide to do, governance changes to boards of visitors. So I think that also is another reason to put off an actual vote on any of these changes until our March meeting, and we have a better idea of at least where the General Assembly is going to be on some of these governance items. That way we're not having to come back and duplicate efforts. So at this time, I would like to open it up to full board discussion on any of the proposals that were put forward today. Again, we're not going to vote, but it would be, I think, helpful if we were able to come to some sort of consensus if there are strong feelings on any particular amendments to move forward with. And then what I would do is work with the president and Susan on what that language would need to look like in terms of an actual amended bylaws document to bring forward to the board for a vote in March. So at this time, the floor is open. I guess, Mr. President, I should say, do you have any comments you would like to add? Okay.
I'll speak, and then I think we'll all join in. George, I want to thank you for your hard work on going through these bylaws. You know I certainly didn't put in the number of hours you did, and I appreciate your always digging deep and coming up with the right questions. I would have concerns in a few areas. One is the student on the Board of Visitors being the SGA president. And this is just my opinion, as I've worked with students all my life at the college level. Sometimes, I'm not saying it happens all the time, the SGA president election is a popularity contest, or could be. Maybe I should say it that way. And it might not be the kind of person that we want on our board. I also think that process of applying, being recommended, and going through the interview stage with us is a fantastic leadership development opportunity for students. I was always impressed in how they are prepared and the things they want to focus on, and it just helped me make the decision on which student was best for us. I think we'd lose that opportunity if we said there had to be the SGA president. On the executive committee format, somehow in my mind, I cannot envision an executive committee without the chairs of the committee, because, you know, I've been a chair of one that you've been on, and I've always tried to get input from my committee. And so I think the chairs represent the members well. And without that, I think we would be remiss in getting the structure that we need. So my proposal there would be to keep the chairs on that committee. The secretary of the board, I have mixed feelings about that. I think we need input strongly from the president on that and how that works. At first, I thought you were meaning that it would be a member of the board, but now I understand that's not what you meant. So that helps me understand it a little bit better there. But I'll stop with those and let others contribute.
George, I wonder if you would be willing to entertain. I understand. So in terms of the executive committee, I appreciate that any member of the board can attend the meetings, but I understand they don't have a vote or necessarily a voice at the table. They're just bystanders. I wonder if you would be interested in perhaps an amendment that would keep the same structure, but allow the board to each year elect a representative to the executive committee. So you would have a non-chair at the table who could be a representative of the non-chair members. I don't know. That's just a potential idea.
I'm not bound to anything except the SGA president, but I think it's perfectly fine. The bigger picture, which was the overall, it's a lack of a better term, but command and control of the board. That's what I'm trying to get to. The rector, I try to look at how Virginia's constitution was originally envisioned, with the executive having significantly more power, but they get a one-year term, and then you get a part-time legislature. So I tried to look at it that way, saying, if we're going to give a 2-year term to the rector to be able to also support the president and the strategic initiatives, then there needs to be a release of some of the other decision makers that are going to be at the table, so that there's a balance of power in that. So I'm perfectly, to Betty Jo's comment that relates to what you said, Jennifer, it could be that maybe the rector appoints the committees, but then the committees elect their chairs, right? That would be, I would be open to that, because at the end of the day, it does not say that the rector is ultimately making the entire leadership of the board under their, and by the way, this is not against you, Rector. This is looking at it over the years. And so I don't know if that's maybe a middle ground, Jennifer, that really is more open. It's just, I want to address the control over the voice of the board members that do not sit in those leadership positions.
Chairman, ma'am.
Yeah, Joanne.
Yeah, I think my issue when I first came on, I guess, is that when you're on a committee, it makes a big difference when the chair includes you before the board meetings on information. You have those calls and you have that interaction. And the chair meets with the department heads that run those divisions. And I think there's a lot of information to go over. There's a lot to gather. There's a lot to do. And you can't just get that through reading the reports. So to feel more included, I think the chairs have a huge responsibility of including you before the board meeting. Either if you're a vice chair in that meeting with the department heads, I think that's something that should be kind of a standard set, that the chair and the vice chair should both be meeting. And then that information gets disseminated, and any questions and things, some of that done ahead of time. I know it's difficult because you have to do it individually. So it's not a meeting, but that makes a big difference to me on committees I've been on throughout this process. And then being able to attend the executive committee has been very helpful. And I really see George's point there, that being able to feel part of who's in that, because that chair ends up with a lot of responsibility, of course, and a lot of extra work. But I think being part of that makes sense to me with what he's saying there. So thank you.
Could I just follow up to Betty Jo? So on the student government, I agree with you, Betty Jo, the risk. There was a period of time where I think one of the SGA presidents was expelled, right, from the university, and it's there. And that's why I think it was 2 years ago, Mr. President, I said how important it is that the university incubate and create an environment for students to feel a part of the governance structure. You know, a lot of it was successful because of Dean Bonnie Holbert. You know, I was a student here. She had been dean of students for 34 years, I think is what it was. And she ensured that that environment was incubated. So without that support from the university to help SGA succeed and show them their role, then I agree it probably would not be an effective to be the student government president. But I think you made it very clear at our retreat this past year, Mr. President, that you saw how important that was, and that's definitely something we're doing. And I think we're seeing some of the fruits of that labor with Owen as the student government president and just what we've seen with the number of participation that came in. While it might be just this freshman class, I think is what he said, it shows that there's something changing in the students. And when you hear what the concerns are of students across all the other institutions, what they're protesting or writing in school newspapers, we need to provide an avenue for the students that are those leaders that are speaking on behalf of those individuals to have a seat at the table. But it does require that the university incubate that environment. Without that, then I agree with Betty Jo. We're better off with the current structure to ensure we find the right student. But I have faith because I once was a student government president. The dean of students played a significant role, and that's where I have faith.
Matt,
If I
I see Matt, your hand is raised.
Yeah, if I could just speak for a second. I like the points that George raised. And I think in our structures, we often have, at least in Senate, in our structures, we often have at-large members who are elected by the body to represent basically members of the body, who aren't serving as officers. So we have at least 2 members that represent the faculty senate to the faculty senate of Virginia, that we elect as at-large members. And in a lot of our internal governance committees, we have these. And it does sound like there might be a need there for having members, and basically an at-large member on the executive committee that's, from the other board members. And I really do think that with regards to the faculty and student representatives, the language that we use, and I was talking to Jennifer about this yesterday, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before. But we were talking about the fact that when the student body or when the faculty senate body elects their president, it's really helpful to know what they're signing on to, what you're electing them for, and building that culture to know that the person that you're electing to be your president is going to be your representative to the administration and to the Board of Visitors. That's a really important thing to know. Both as somebody who serves as a president for Faculty Senate, but also in working with the Student Senate SGA presidents. And I do think that knowing that it's going to be an elected person elevates that position and also allows for that education to happen. I really like the idea of doing some onboarding. I didn't get the chance to go to a board orientation meeting, but I learned a lot by attending as much as I could to understand sort of how the board operates. And I think the SGA president, knowing that they would serve in this role, they could be then, onboarded a little bit more easily to know kind of their roles and responsibilities.
Betsy.
Well, first I wanted to say, George, I so do respect your passion. And I remember I was on the board before when you were the SGA representative, to the point that when I came on this board this time, I had to get you to quit calling me Secretary Beamer, making me feel old. But I do appreciate your passion in this, but I want to address 2 things. One, the thought of making the rector and the vice rector 2-year terms. And whereas I think all that sounds good in terms of learning the process and having, more than a year to have an effect, I just don't think it works out tactically because the governor changes every 4 years. You can get a vice rector that you almost have to get the first year they come in. They don't ever really have a chance to advance to rector. So, some of this I think is so caused by we do have a change always in the governor every 4 years. So I don't know practically how that would actually work. And then I would just also say this, that as we think about making all of these changes, having to look down the road farther than just what this next governor may decide to do, because the next governor after her may decide to do something else. So we just need to make sure that we're basing all these things on what does make sense for Radford at the time and being flexible enough to obviously adapt to what may come down from the executive branch.
I just have one quick
Okay.
question, just for my own information to make sure I understand. We're talking about rectors who are serving 1-year terms who are reelectable for a second term, but we're not talking about a 2-year term reelectable for another 2-year term, correct?
I believe that I did leave language in there, which was similar to other institutions, that they're eligible for another 2-year term.
Okay.
Because in instances where someone has 2 terms, there's 8 years, right? Well, I guess if the governor changes it to 6 years, then that might differ. But I left language in there because there are institutions that allow for that. There are others that actually had term limits where you just get a 1-year term, 2-year term.
Anthony?
Thank you. I see some of these proposals here that I think are very good, and there's some that I have concerns with. I think it might be a good idea to have a secretary that is a staff member in one of the previous institutions that I've worked for. That's been the case. I don't know if we want to fire that person every 4 years. That could be problematic there. And I think there's some issues. I kind of like having a 2-year rector proposal, but then you have to have the confidence in that person that he's going to find the right people to be in the committees and those types of things. So I was wondering if there might be a short period of time that all the members could comment on the proposals and then somebody could compile those and then we could have another discussion, maybe not at the next meeting, maybe a virtual meeting or something like that, but just give us a little bit of time to mull over this and send some comments in.
Yeah, I think the purpose of this is to really have initial feedback, good discussion, which I think we've had so far. So thanks to everybody for that. And then what I plan to do is to follow up with each board member individually after this meeting to get any comments offline that you would like to make, or if you would like to submit those in writing, you can do that. And then we'll compile everything and figure out a way to move forward. So to that point, does anyone else have any comments or questions about what has been put forward today?
Rector, I'm sorry. One other comment on the committee chairs. I have found it very helpful and easy to do is that when I was not a chair, I was encouraged that if I had something I wanted to say, I could just give the chair a note, during the committee, or I could, I think, texted somebody. I remember texting Tyler one time and say, be sure to ask about this. So I've never felt as a member when I was not a chair that I didn't have input. So I think we encourage, we can make a point of encouraging members to feel free to do that. I think one time at the last meeting, didn't you, Betsy, bring up a note and give it to somebody? So we can always have that opportunity. And then at the executive committee meetings, when all the members can attend, there's still ways to provide input. So I don't think we lose input from members by keeping, the executive committee chairs on there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Betty Jo. Last call for any further comments or questions.
Rector, I would just say no more comments on this for today, but I have thought of a few more suggestions through our conversation that may kind of, I don't know, maybe achieve some goals that we're trying to get to, but may make more people happy. So would that be something that we could entertain in the interim between now and March?
Sure. I think based on the discussion we've had today, there have been some maybe common ground areas and some themes that have emerged where there could be some consensus to move forward. So yes, and feel free to include that as part of any feedback that you would like to submit based on the proposals discussed today. Or if you have any new ideas, we can incorporate those moving forward. Mr. President.
Thank you, Rector. And this discussion is always helpful, and I would just encourage everybody to try to keep the following filter on, is that these bylaws really are for the long game, right? So it's not, this is our group, this is how we're currently comfortable, or, I like the president because these bylaws will go past me, right? So it's not, this is how do you steer the institution the right way in the long haul. And the two filters that I'd like to say, like when you talk about, be it the 2-year appointment for the rector or how the rector appoints, committee members or chairs, put the two scenarios. I love this person, right? This is great for the board. How does it empower them? And I hate this person. What is the detriment to the institution if they go off the rails? And you're trying to figure out bylaws that understand both, right? Because you don't want to lock in too much power if it can steer the institution a bad direction, because I don't think anybody wants that, right? But you also don't want it where it's going a direction that isn't necessarily bad, but is a specific view of one individual, and the others aren't really supportive, but it just kind of gets railroaded. So I mean, I think it's good to keep that long ball perspective on different players down the road, what positions us best. And so, in a sense, be your own best devil's advocate.
No, that's important framework. And I think it's why we don't want to rush this process either. Not just only against the backdrop of what may come down this General Assembly session, but to think long-term and critically about the implications of any changes we would make into the future beyond this president or beyond our own terms. So, okay, great.
May I just
yes,
very quickly?
Sure, Jonathan.
And I'll preface, George was actually my student government president when I was in college. So it's good to be working with him on the board. And we've got some folks who are going to be terming out, potentially reappointed, potentially not. We never know. But we're running out of time to enjoy their input into this process. And I just want to make sure that we don't get past their participation. I think we've only got a couple of meetings left. And I think I'd like to see this addressed with those individuals' inputs and their experiences as part of this process.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for that comment. Okay. Great discussion. Thanks to everybody for their feedback and to those who submitted proposed changes. Again, I'll be following up with members individually, or feel free to send comments to me in writing as well. Moving forward, we have the approval of a resolution that relates to the governor's executive order 48, which is in your packet. This is a requirement that all institutions of higher education have to adopt this resolution by the end of this calendar year. So at this point, I would entertain a motion that we adopt that resolution.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate no. All right. That resolution is adopted. Next item of business, we have 2027 meeting dates. Dates for next year, 2026, are already set. This is for 2027, which will be here before we know it, believe it or not. Ryan did email a corrected version. I think there was a typo on what was initially included as part of the agenda. But I don't have those in front of me. I don't think. Ryan, do you have those pulled up by chance? If it largely follows the same format and is consistent with the schedule that we have to date. Thank you, George. That would be March 18th through the 19th, June 3rd through the 4th, July 18th through the 20th would be the retreat, September 16th and 17th, and December 2nd and 3rd. Again, those are all for 2027. Do I have a motion to approve those dates?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please indicate no. All right, that resolution is adopted. Okay. And at this point, I think we will move into closed session. Nope. Oh, sorry. Can't believe that almost skipped you. Dominica, you're welcome to come forward and present your report to the board.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Happy snow day, everyone. It's so great to see y'all again. I'm sitting here in my room right now, and I already saw a bunch of my residents out doing snowball fights and sledding down the hills and stuff. So they're really enjoying their day off right now. So it's a great start to finals week. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay. Next. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, perfect. So I just wanted to do a recap of my initiative. I focused on student communication, promotion of campus resources, and visiting the RUC campus. So focusing on student communication, I designed a survey that I'm pushing out through SGA. I started it back early November, so I have very limited responses, but I still would like to show y'all the data of what I'm working through right now. Next, I have my promotion of campus resources. So I'm focusing on creating connections and kind of spreading the availability of our resources on campus. And I'll expand a little bit more about that later on. And lastly, visiting RUC campus. I partnered with SGA and we went down to the RUC campus to do a What Do You Want Wednesday event. And it was very successful, which I will talk about later on as well. Next slide, please. So for the student communication survey data, the survey consisted of 3 very short questions. The first question was just asking the student, like, do you live on campus? Are you off-campus student, commuter, transfer? Just to kind of get an understanding of who the specific data belongs to. The second question is, how do you receive your information related to Radford University? And that's kind of looking at the media that students are looking at to get information specifically. I'm not too surprised by the results because the top were mostly emails, flyers, and word of mouth that students rely on. And I see that like with my own students as well when I'm asking them like, oh, where did you hear the information from? And typically I mostly hear flyers or word of mouth. Email wise, I think it's mostly bigger events that students get that information from, as well as academics. However, by providing a variety of different communication sources, I can tell that like students are able to get the information how they want to, rather than relying on one source of information. Next slide, please. And then my last question on that survey was, what information do you look for related to Radford University? So I expect this information to change a little bit as we get more survey results. But right now I expect the top 3 will majority be clubs and organizations, campus updates, and job opportunities on campus. Other than that, with this information from the survey data, I hope to bring it to student involvement so we can kind of help support our clubs and organizations so they can start pushing more events towards our student body on campus and bring more students to their events as well to help with student engagement. Next slide, please. So with promotion of campus resources, I focused on 3 key areas. The first one that I'm currently in the process of starting right now is a D2L resource shell. So D2L is a website that all students use, not just main campus, but that's where they access their academic coursework. But that also includes trainings for all students as well. So I was considering, since that's a platform that students use cross-wide, that we can implement a resource shell where that includes counseling services, dean of students, maybe information on how to use the bus route and other critical information related to on-campus services. And that's going to be like a one-place accessible resource that all students can use so they don't feel like they're scavenging the Radford website just to find one piece of information. But I'm also considering including off-campus resources like the Women's Resource Center to include into that D2L resource shell. And again, the benefit is to kind of help students have one place where they can go to find what information they need in the case that they need a service or need support somewhere. Next, I have my SAVES safety while going out. I recently talked with the assistant director, Cora Taylor, in the SAVES office. SAVES stands for Substance and Violence Education Support. So their office kind of supports students in areas of substance and violence and education and just supporting students in those areas. So I talked to them and I suggested upgrading their website to include resources while engaging in activities while off campus. And we brainstormed some ideas to include regarding like tips and tricks on how to stay safe. Those ideas included like being a safe bystander, like what to do if there's something going on, as well as including pubs, which is related to overdose, and how to recognize the symptoms and signs and respond to those correctly. Lastly, I decided to do a Radford University Police Department engagement event, which is happening next Monday. It's very just kind of small event. It's cops and cookies. So I invited the officers to come out, talk with students, engage with them, offer them any opportunities, like if there's internships that they want students, and also kind of recruit them. So if there are students graduating and they're looking for a job related to police work, that would be a great start for them to kind of create that connection there. Another benefit would just having students connect a positive face and a friendly face with someone in the case of a emergency or situation where they need to contact the police and they already have that kind of positive interaction in the case of a situation happening. You can go to the next slide, please. And then lastly, our visit to our RUC campus. SGA President Owen, Cabinet Member Sarah, and I went to the RUC campus in Roanoke, and we met with RUC students in the Highlander House. We had students share feedback and complete surveys for us. The kind of intention of the event was just to kind of show representation while also recruiting RUC students to be an RUC representative in the Student Government Association. As Owen has said to me before, there's about like 1,000 students on that campus, and there's not a person for them to kind of like a representative in the Student Government Association for them. So we're trying to encourage more people to kind of engage with the student organization so that if there's issues going on their campus that they feel heard and represented as well. But it was a really great event. We got to talk to some students, hear some concerns that they're having, and bringing that to the full board SGA. And we still hope to continue recruitment for RUC in the SGA organization. Next slide, please. So to kind of wrap it up, plans for the spring 2026 semester. I'm very excited to go to Advocacy Day again. This is going to be my 4th year. So I'm going to wrap it up and end it with a bang for my senior year for Advocacy Day. I had fun before and I'm really excited for it again. And then just continuing my goals from the fall 2025 semester. And that is the end of my report. Next slide, please. Any questions?
Great. Thank you so much, Dominica, for that report. Any questions or comments? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us today. I hope you get to enjoy what's left of your snow day.
Thank you.
All right. We will take a 10-minute recess before we go into closed session. Reason being, we need to pivot down the hall from what I'm told. So this will be an opportunity for folks to stretch, grab a snack if you need to. And then when we reconvene, we will take the motion to go into closed session. Good. All right. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I don't think you hear us. Are they free? Jack, can you hear us?
Y'all, this is Bethany. We can hear you.
Well, we need board members.
So we'll have to come back here in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Are you calling?
They obviously had to go.
Can we get you back on, can we get you back on real quick? All right, all good, all right, right.
All right.
Is good?
Yeah, yes.
Jack, can you hear us? Or you're on mute.
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Perfect. Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed to a vote to go into closed session. And we have a quorum with you and Jonathan on the Zoom. Everyone else went to break. So at this time, I'll ask Dale to go ahead and read the motion to go into closed session.
That's his back.
At this time, I move that the Board of Visitors of Radford University convene in closed session pursuant to section 2.2-3711, subpart A, items 1 and 8 under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act for the discussion of personnel matters, more specifically related to President's performance plan and personnel matters involving a public officer in consultation with legal counsel.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. Okay. Now we will go into closed session and we will take a brief recess for us to move down the hall.
That they will need to join, there's a separate meeting that they need to do.
There is a separate meeting link.
Okay.
As you were saying. So we're gonna have to shut this one down and go to a different link.
Yeah, I don't know where that link is yet.
Probably in one of the emails Ryan sent earlier.
Well, we
Tyler,
had one this morning.
Tyler, can you hear us?
Nah, they're shut out. I'll text him.
So you think we should shut down and find that email?
Yeah, I mean, they're not coming back on this one, so probably so. And just
Okay.
I don't think I have the email.
I don't either. I mean, we had it from this morning, but I don't think everyone has that access.
It's from Ryan. And it is Thursday, 5:42 PM is when I received it.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's the one we used this morning, Betty Joe.
But yeah, it is. And then you scroll down and there's closed session information. So it's a separate.
Okay.
There are
So
two
we
in
just,
Thank you.
that one email.
thank you. We just leave and then find that, right?
Yep.
No,
It's changed.
You're doing great. I'm just gonna slide this out some.
You can actually, I think, be on both. And you can shut your audio and video.
Can you all hear me okay on the Zoom meeting? So for those of you, if you can hear me on the Zoom meeting, for closed session, Ryan sent you an email yesterday afternoon at 5:40-ish, and he's resending it right now. So you all will need to rejoin that link to go to closed session. Then we will come back into this meeting room.
Okay, that's there for everyone.
Making sure they know once they're on.
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Jennifer's the only one who's still on the board, so.
We'll be here. If she comes back on this, we'll try to tell her. So
What's your brother doing?
Playing outside.
Playing outside? Okay. All right.
Okay, that's great. How long does it take him to walk down the hall?
I know.
I'm just,
Like, this is so nutty.
I think they must be eating those lunches that
Me
we're not
too.
getting.
I think they're still eating.
Account balance.
Oh my goodness.
Made me hungry to watch them. Jennifer, I love seeing your boys there come in. They're so cute.
Thank you. They've been so anxious to get outside. I finally just told them to go. Just hope they don't get too crazy.
How much snow do you have there?
We did not get too much. In fact, we probably got an inch and a half. So it's kind of starting to fade. And I heard you say you got about a dusting.
Yeah, and I can actually see the grass. It's just a light, very light.
Yeah. I don't know how much Harrisonburg got. They may have got, my boys go to school in Harrisonburg, so they may have a little more. But
yeah.
We've
We
got a
got
couple
the
inches.
game tonight too.
I texted Jennifer.
do you want me to read? Oh, can you, Tyler's asking everyone to mute, please.
Thanks.
Okay, we are back. At this time, I'll ask Dale to read the motion to bring us out of closed session.
I move the following resolution, whereas the Board of Visitors of Radford University has convened in closed session on the state pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia for Freedom of Information Act, and whereas the section of the Code of Virginia requires certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity of Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the board certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under this chapter were discussed in the closed meeting to which certification resolution applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by this board.
Is there a second? Okay, and now Ryan will do a roll call vote.
Mr. Artizone.
Aye.
Miss Armentrout.
Aye.
Miss Beamer.
Aye.
Miss Craig. Miss Dalton.
Aye.
Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Dr. Foster.
Aye.
Vice Rector Gilbert.
Aye.
Miss Holbrook.
Aye.
Rector Lester.
Aye.
Mr. Mendiola.
Aye.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Sweet.
Aye.
And Mr. Turk.
We go. Okay, great. That carries. Other business, I do not have any other business to come before the board. Announcements, 2026 calendar dates are there before you. I'll just note that our next meeting is scheduled for March 19th and the 20th. Be on the lookout for some information regarding the virtual budget workshop, likely to be in February. More information to come about that. And if there's no other business, I would like to thank everyone here for their due diligence and very hard work to allow this meeting to go forward today. Maybe we can give you an extra day off or something. I don't know, since you missed your snow day. But and thank the board members for their patience as we've worked through some issues. So if nothing else, I will entertain a motion that we adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Great. We are adjourned. Thank you all.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you all for your service.